leave him at 7, go to the airport. At 7, taking a bunch of people there. Probably here like closer. Yeah, but he's out by UCF. He's not very far from there, so it's not. So we didn't. I'll be out by UCF at 7. And then I'll drop him off. When he gets back. I kind of work my way through that issue with the creative arts. Very wordy document, I'm not really sure. So you're accepting the It's got to be consistent with our. Yeah, we got to maintain.
It might be you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to our regularly scheduled commission meeting. Today is Thursday, September 9, 2021. And as we start our meeting, let's rise for our pledge and our prayer, which will be led by Pastor Terry.
Father, we just give you thanks for this day. This day is special. We lift up this day two people, Kimberly Mitchell, whose mom works in our police department, Little McNeely. She passed away. And we lift up Sharon Hull, who is still recovering from COVID. Undoubtedly, there are those in our minds right now, in our memories, that we also are concerned about, so we lift those up to you as well. You know, God, it was only 20 years ago when an event shook our country to such an extent that it completely changed people for a while. People became more civil, more respectful, more hospitable. It is a time that I encourage us to look back on, to remember what happened, and to remember what happened as a byproduct of that tragic event. Tonight, oh God, we just ask your presence. We give you thanks, oh God, for those that are here as elected leaders. We give you thanks for those that are here as participant leaders. Perhaps they have something to say. Perhaps they're just here to support their community. And we give you thanks for the fact that there's a room full of people who care enough about our community to be here tonight to find out what's going on and to help shape the decisions that will be made this night, decisions that will affect the residents of this city. Be with our discussion tonight, Lord. May our discussion be civil, but may it be analytical. May it be full of wisdom. And may your presence be there as well. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Terry. We will do a quick roll call. Here we have, Zone 4, Vice Mayor Connell.
Here.
Zone 3, Commissioner Basso.
Here.
Zone 2, Commissioner Ecker.
Here.
Zone 1, Commissioner Costa, present. Present also is our city attorney, Mr. Scott Simpson, our city administrator, Mr. Lee Abbott, and our director of administration, Dominique Reagan. Commissioners, do we have any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda as presented? No? And just for housekeeping for our citizens, there are speaker cards here at your left, and you can fill them out. If there's something that you would like to wish that's on the agenda, please write it down and present it to Dominique here in the front. Or if there's something that you wish to speak that is not on the agenda, you can have an opportunity to speak during the public forum. Mr. Administrator?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I should pay more attention at the beginning. I would like to pull item 7D as in David, it's the underground radar. Just have not had a chance to investigate since the retirement of Rick Mullen, how a substitute firm may or may not be able to use this equipment or have it already in their inventory. So I would like to do it tomorrow, next Friday, the coming Friday. So with that, I'd like to remove it from the
So you're
consent.
gonna move it to Friday, I believe?
I'm sorry?
You're gonna move it to Friday, tomorrow?
Move it to tomorrow night, yes. I need to make up a phone call as well, if there's any chance to do it. Also with the consent agenda, Madam Mayor, suggestion has been made that Dominic read the headlines of each of the items, just so people in the audience will know what is on the consent agenda when you pass it.
Yeah, I'm going to read it.
Oh,
Yes, I thought that I had traditionally read it, but I'll go and make sure I read it.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no other item for pulling, right? Mr. Administrator, is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So we'll move on hastily to our next section, which is the public forum, and we do have several speaker cards. I will bring them up in order that I receive them. Bill O'Hara. And please do state your name and address when you come to the speaker and speak clearly into the microphone. And if you'd like, there are some little sleeves you can use to replace.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Bill O'Hara. I'm originally from this little borough in New York called Brooklyn. Right now I'm from 1760 South Tanner Court in Deltona, Florida. I'm here basically asking permission to add a ceremony onto the 9/11 ceremony that we're having this Saturday at 9 o'clock. I'd like to include a ceremony to honor our POWs and my AFIN people. Normally, the third Friday of September is National POWMIA Remembrance Day. So I'm just asking if we would be allowed, the Legion down block here would be allowed to set up a little table outside by the flagpole during the ceremony and give like a 5-10 minute speech about, POWMIAs. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm asking. Thank you for your time. I think I still have 3 minutes left, so I'm gonna take up very much. Thank you. And one other thing, for those who are interested, we are having on 9/11 Saturday, the Post is having a spaghetti dinner. It's from 4 to 7. It's going to be spaghetti, choice of meatball, sausage. You get a little salad and some garlic bread. Price is $10 adults and $5 children. So, love to have you come out. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
What I recommend is to get with Commissioner Fausto. She prepared the itinerary. So just, okay? Thank you so much, and we'll see you Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and the Legion. Next speaker card here is for Charlene Bishop. Yes, please.
Charlene Bishop, 394 North Euclid. Lake Helen City Commission. Please forgive me if I run a little long with this important information for taxpayers of Lake Helen. As a lifelong citizen of Lake Helen, my experiences with our city government in the last year caused me great concern. I have witnessed citizens and commission members bring up legitimate concerns regarding the operation of our city government, financial accountability, and employee job performance, only to be dealt with a very condescending attitude, ridicule, and personal attacks. One citizen was told to go look in the mirror to find the real problem. The mayor was told to seek counseling for criticizing the former city administrator, and then asked to step down by other commissioners because her and another commissioner were being vindictive for bringing some of these issues to light. The concerns of our citizens and some commissioners are real. First, under whose tutelage did it become city policy to authorize Lake Helen employees to use Lake Helen credit cards to make purchases with their personal Amazon accounts, and who knows where they're at? Credit card spending was out of control during the last administrator's tutelage. 2 employees alone spent over $32,000 in 18 months on their personal Amazon accounts. Not one receipt at City Hall. 2 fraudulent checks totaling almost $5,000. Copies of blank checks from the city's checkbook deposited into an identified account and processed through the city's bank account. It took the city over 5 months to discover this crime. Investigation underway. I am now doing what the city administrators and auditors should have been doing all along. The city lacks basic checks and balances necessary to prevent these kinds of problems. I have made requests for necessary records and documentation to shed light on these issues. I hope the current city commission will now step up and provide the leadership necessary to get the truth so we can get beyond this without just sweeping it under the rug and allow this to happen again. Let's not make the mistake and create a cover-up that will make this linger for generations. It is time for all of us to work together and get our city back on track by ensuring policies, procedures, and standard practices are in place with sound leadership that will ensure they are followed. The citizens of Lake Helen deserve to know the truth, and they deserve a better, more transparent, and accountable city government. A very concerned citizen, Charlene Bishop. Thank you for your time.
We have our next speaker, Nancy Weary.
Good evening, Nancy Weary. I am a resident here in Lake Helen, and I'm also a curator of several events in our city. One of those events is the upcoming, very popular Lake Helen Little City Big Sale, citywide yard sale. That is scheduled for October 8th and 9th. And I'm here tonight to ask you all to waive the permitting fees and permit for the residents who are participating, registered and participating in the event.
I know that in the past, we have waived those fees. It's a $5 fee for each resident to do a yard sale. They do that twice. They can do that every 6 months. This was, in the past, this has not gone against each homeowner for that 6-month period, and we went ahead and waived that $5 fee. I'm fine with doing that again.
Me neither.
Roger, any problem with that?
I have no problem with that. It's a great event that attracts a lot of people in the town.
Mr. City Administrator, she's requesting for the dates of October 8th and 9th, and the commission is giving consensus to move forward in 9th.
We need to make a motion to waive those fees, or is that just?
Probably better. Probably better to have a motion.
I make a motion that we waive the yard sale fees for the dates of the annual yard sale
My second.
in 2021.
Sorry, how many participants did you have last year?
Last year, we had registered participants for around 80. So I thought that was pretty good considering COVID.
Wow.
So we've had a lot of interest this year, so I think this year will be even better, bigger.
I'm sure people accumulated a lot of stuff that they can get rid of.
Okay, so, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ecker, with a second by Commissioner Frost, to waive the fees for the annual garage sale, which is a Lake Helen Little City Big Yard Sale. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anybody in the community wishes to say something on that? Motion passes. Thank you.
Mayor, in addition, if this is going to be an annual event, we should follow this policy every year. And I don't know whether we should take care of that when it's been into this particular motion, or that way we don't have to do this every year, waive the fees for just.
We can't change this motion, it's hard to vote on.
We certainly can, can't we?
We'd have to make a new
We
motion.
can make an additional one.
We could actually discuss that during the city's scheduling as well. Okay, thank you. There is another speaker card here.
I do. I have another issue, and this is shifting gears completely. I wrote this for last month, so bear with me as I read it. Some things may have changed a little bit, but basically it's the same questions. It is my understanding that Olson Technologies was the city's IT contractor until November of 2020. It is my understanding that Jason Olson, the owner and operator of Olson Technologies, gave resignation for providing IT services to the city of Lake Helen in October 2020. It is my understanding that unbeknownst to the city or the commission, when Olson Technologies resigned as the city's IT contractor, that they sold the account of our city to another contractor without proper permission or acceptance. I understand the person who bought the city's IT account was a Mr. David White, and that he attended, I believe, the March 2021 City Commission meeting with regard to IT issues being brought forth by then Police Chief Mike Walker and current City Administrator Lee Abbott. Mr. Olson was also in attendance in the audience of that meeting. During that meeting, it was stated there were issues with our city's IT and daily operations, included but not limited to the need of passwords that are necessary for the operation of our city. This was one of the reasons why Walker and Abbott sought the commission's approval to hire another IT company. In that March meeting, the commission approved the hiring of our current IT company. It was conveyed that company would get our city on track and possibly investigate any suspected wrongdoing done by others. Though several things have been discovered, there has been an attempt by the city and some of our commissioners to hide the findings. This is unfair and costly to the taxpaying residents of this city. I understand the passwords needed for certain operations in our city were not obtained until mid-July 2021, 9.5 months since Olson Technologies' resignation, 4 months since that March meeting, and they were finally obtained when yet another IT security company tracked the lock passwords back to Jason Olson. How is it that others have access to our important city information, but the proper city officials and representatives did not? If this is a form of cybercrime, why hasn't this been discussed more openly for residents to be aware? Why has this not been reported to proper law enforcement to be addressed? What has been the result of the city not having these passwords? We know the city phones were turned off due to non-payment. We know there were late charges incurred on accounts. What else resulted from the lack of information withheld, and why the cover-up? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have here is Anna Blair.
Hello, my name is Anne-Marie Blair, 643 South Sun Avenue. I'm here tonight to speak on several concerns that I have. Back at the last meeting, I had brought up that there was communication between the commissioners via email to each other. And it was brought up by my records request, looking through these emails, that Commissioner Kraska had to enlighten our city attorney that this could be a violation of sunshine. However, these commissioners were not addressed, nor were they asked to step down for this violation. Not only have these commissioners violated this rule and others, they have missed meetings without proper notification or being ill. With that being said, the police chief position has been open long enough. There's been many people that have applied. Nothing has been done. The city council, again, has dropped the ball and has not hired the new police chief or gave Chief Mullins a chance to be the permanent chief of police. With this being said, it is a tragedy that Lake Helen government is not functioning correctly. At this moment, I am asking for all of the commissioners and the mayor to step down from their seats and let other people come in and run the government peacefully and transparently, where we can get to the bottom of all these indiscretions that has happened with the former city administrator, and charges can be pressed where needed. But as for the chief of police position, this position needs to be filled immediately. Holding a position until the former chief of police is eligible to come back to work is not fair for the people that applied way back when, that are still waiting for an interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishes to speak? We're going to go ahead and close out our public forum and move on to the next item on the agenda. We do have our presentations, proclamations, and I know that this has been like a delayed meeting they've been here a couple times, but do we have anyone from the Miles family here? Okay, so I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. And I will reach out to, if you can give me the phone number, I'll reach out to the family and talk about it. Whereas missionary Marilyn Elaine Miles was born in Volusia County, Florida, and raised in Lake Helen. After graduating DeLand High School, she attended Southern Business College in Orlando, whereas she was employed as a data processor for the County of Volusia from 1974 until retirement in 2006. And whereas missionary Miles currently holds the title of District Missionary for the Church of God in Christ, Inc. She is also a loving wife, mother, grandmother, and sister with 3 daughters and 7 grandchildren. And whereas she founded the Lake Helen DeLand Rap Session in the early 1980s, when she noticed the needs of communities, youth, and counseled and guided many inquiring youth in social and educational issues. Whereas serving as a cutting-edge spiritual leader, she inspired many youth to pursue their passions. She continues to mentor at-risk youth, broken families, and single parents. And whereas missionary Miles is a living example of public excellence, and her work is both legendary and appreciated by the community in which she serves. The City Commission of the City of Lake Helen hereby recognizes missionary Miles' service to our community. And in testimony whereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused to be affixed the great seal of the City of Lake Helen in the state of Florida this 19th day of August, 2021. We finished getting all the signatures today. We have Vice Mayor Jim Conlon, Commissioner Kelly Frasca, Commissioner Basso, Commissioner Roger Eckert, and myself, Lisa May. So we will present it to them. The other certificate of appreciation we have actually is certificate of appreciation is for Cameron Caesar. And again, I'm sure we started that we can't present it to him personally. Cameron Caesar came to the City of Lake Helen to do his Eagle Scout project, and working with staff and Public Works. If you go by our equestrian center to the children playground, that whole new fencing was put together by our Eagle Scout of this project. So we thank him very much, and we have this beautiful certificate which we will mail out to him. Mr. Administrator? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to be moving now to the consent agenda, and I'll go ahead and read them out. Section A is approval of meeting minutes. And I believe in here we have the minutes of Wednesday, July 28, 2021. And the special meeting of the City Commission also, which was, that was the special meeting of the Commission, which was July 20, 2021. And also we didn't have in the package the minutes of Thursday, July 8, 2021 for approval. And also in here is the Thursday, August 19, 2021 minutes. Additionally, we have the acceptance of bills paid report for July and August. We also have the item 7C, employee health insurance waiver. Item 7E is a lie. Adoption of resolution 2021-05, providing for the adoption of annual assessment rates and for fire rescue and solid waste and stormwater, which I'd like for our city attorney to read.
Can you read it now?
Please.
Resolution number 2021-05, a resolution of Lake Helen, Florida relating to provisions of fire rescue, stormwater, and solid waste services in the city, imposing fire rescue, stormwater, and solid waste assessments against assessed property located within the city, establishing the respective assessment rates for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2021, approving the assessment rolls for such fiscal year, and directing the delivery thereof to the tax collector, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Also, in the consent agenda is 7F, request for survey of services. Specifically here, it's for Mitchell Parks and Melissa Park. And we also have 7G, change order for Ranger Construction asphalt overland Garden Street. And Commissioners, those are the items on the consent agenda. Before we approve, is there anything that you wish to pull for discussion?
No.
If there's none, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I so move.
Second.
Anybody wishes to speak on this? Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Conley, a second by Commissioner Renters to approve the consent agenda as provided. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We're moving on to section 8A, old business, the late report. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to our city administrator for a recap.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, the lake report was commissioned a number of months ago. Sean Patton, a botanist who was retained, produced a rather voluminous document. All had a chance to peruse it. I personally think it was extremely well done. We distributed copies to the Florida Wildlife Commission, FWC. They had read it. I'm sure for political reasons, they didn't want to opine what they thought of it, but I know they had a chance to review it. At this time, I think it'd be appropriate for the city commission to accept the report, file it, make it part of our minutes, and then if you would, to authorize myself and Sean Patton to meet with FWC and to develop a 1 or 2 year maintenance program for both Lake Macy and Lake Helen. There are funds appropriated that will be appropriated in the budget starting October 1 to assist in this effort. There are certain things that we think will be done and necessary at FWC, not that they're uncooperative, they simply have to be in the state law as economical as possible. We intend to begin with harvesting of materials to extract the nutrients from the water, and then to spray as lightly as possible so we catch all of the remnants throughout each lake. So that's our goal, but we need to have authorization, at least I certainly like that authorization, to meet with Sean and take him to FWC and come up with that 2 year maintenance program. I will tell you that, if you recall the last time I had a conversation with FWC, they were, I'm not sure what the proper term was, but they weren't terribly excited about talking to us. Received a call last week from the same gentleman, and he was enthusiastically wondering where we were. I told him that hadn't been COVID, we could have had a response to him by now. But I told him I was proposing this particular scenario that I've given you to meet with them and come up with a 2 year maintenance program in cooperation with FWC. And he thought that was very, very good and was encouraged and looked forward to doing it. So with your approval, we'll start meeting with them and hopefully come back with the maintenance plan that we'll bring back to you for approval and the public comment on. But that would be the first step in my life.
I'd like to make a motion to receive and file the lake report produced by Sean Patton and authorize the city administrator and Sean Patton to meet with FWC and develop an aquatic growth maintenance plan for Lake Macy and Lake Helen.
Second. I'd like to amend this motion. I don't think 2 years is long enough. I think you need a longer maintenance program.
I don't think they'll have.
I don't have a time in my motion. Yeah, that was what he mentioned. Yeah.
We're good?
Yeah, before we vote, what's your idea of develop an aquatic growth and maintenance plan for Lake Macy and Lake Helen? What does that mean to me?
That basically means what I've outlined, is we're going to use harvesting as a primary source for removing the aquatic weeds, removes the nutrients from the water, clears up, cleans up the water, and then use as a final touch-up a minimal amount of chemicals. And there are certain chemicals that are better than others and more favorable to humans than others. So we'll carefully look at all of those. Some FWC is required to use simply because of the economics. But the idea would be then frequency of the treatments, the type of harvesting, when that harvesting would occur. And I can understand you want to do that on a perpetual basis. I just said 1 year or 2 years so we could judge the effectiveness of the plan after those times. That doesn't mean we can still do a 5 or 10 or 100-year plan, but I think we got to review it at least every 2 years, that's in the beginning every year. And come up with how effective we really being. Recall from the presentation from those people that the mulch material on the boat was shipped to the shore by suction or pressure, I don't know what it was, the salad. Anyway, it was extremely important to remove those nutrients that appear simply to be weeds, to kill them and they go to the bottom. Well, that happens often. You've got a real problem of oxygen deprivation, and it needs to be physically removed from the water. So that's what we're looking to do with the harvesting. Pull that out of the lake. The lake will be infinitely more healthy. Spray where we need spray, simply to catch the edges or wherever places where harvesting is not feasible to get into the coves or whatever. And I think we're going to have a much healthier lake. And we do have some money that's set appropriated to assist with. FWC has done harvesting in the past and not opposed to it. It's probably going to be something we may have to financially assist them with, but I think it's eminently doable, and certainly I want to take a try at it and come back to you with a plan and see what's going to.
Come back with us with a plan. What do you anticipate that time is going to be?
Well,
I know it's a lot on your plate still, but welcome to the
it's a
world.
matter of prioritization, but I would like to have it back for the October meeting.
Good. No, October will be outstanding.
I'd like to add that, in that lake report, Sean Patton has outlined recommendations for both lakes, Lake Helen Lake being on page 10 and page 12 being Lake Macy. And it begins from, information is number 1, harvest, bank restoration, plant shoreline, and then wait after planting or dredging to stop fish and other animals. And it goes on, and all aspects of maintenance are addressed, even spraying, but it is at the point where it needs to be, let's leave that at what the last resort. And I think they've been able to figure that out, what would be best for each individual lake, regarding on each problem's different.
My statement came from, I don't want people to be deluded into thinking that after 2 years, the lakes are fixed and we can walk away from it. It should be a line item, a maintenance line item on our budget every single year.
Actually, there is, but we have not used it, but there's one that says lake maintenance.
And that's one of the things that we've addressed, is to make sure that we have the money for our lakes. Yeah. And we do have motions. Does anybody wish to speak on this?
Also following up on Mr. Bassett's comment, when you go to them, see if you can do, like you were talking about, 1 or 2 year short-term plan. Also look and see if, what they can work out with you guys on a long-term plan. And it might be just a prudential touch-up every once in a while, just to keep them looking good. Sean's report's very good. It's actually in the step of a process of evaluation of past work, which he says has done an outstanding job of bringing the lake into good compliance. It just needs some more work, especially on Lake Macy. And so if you could do that, get a short-term and a long-term thing going.
Look forward to it. Thanks, Lee.
We do have a speaker card from Joe Hammond.
The budget question, they can wait till morning.
So did you, something wait? Okay. We'll have to pull it up tomorrow. Okay. Well, if there's no one wishing to speak on this, commissioners, we have a motion here by Frasca and second by Effort. I speak with Brett. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Finally.
May I like to add another motion? Motion to direct staff to seek out aquatic harvesting quotes for floating aquatic growth on Lake Macy as outlined on page 12 of the lake report produced by Sean Patton and recommended by FWC in previous reports. and also to return to the commission with those quotes for approval. That way you can have the quotes ready when the process hits, so we don't have to wait so much longer. To authorize, you have a second on that? Staff to get.
I thought that was a foregone conclusion, and we gave them permission to put together the,
They can do, I think they can do both at the same
I don't have
time.
a problem with it, because it's part of the program.
Any folks? So do we have a second on that, or is it needed? So just
That's my
direction?
question, that is a help thing, it really, is it needed?
It's always nice to have.
Okay.
So do we have a second on
Yeah, I'll
that?
second what you need.
Okay, so there's a motion as requested by Commissioner Fasta, with a second by Commissioner Vasco to direct staff to get some quotes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to new business, adoption of the beautification program. And, again, this is something that I brought to the commission, back
I
in.
think it's engineering.
Did I miss something I think?
The World Park engineering.
It's postponed.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's on, it's postponed.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, the water system is.
Okay. Alright, we're moving on to new business. All right, scribbled my notes on the wrong page of that one. Okay. No wonder. New business, item 9A, water system master plan, and I'll turn that over to the city administrator for a recap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Member Commission. As you know, we've completed now, actually completed just about the time I arrived, a foundation document that identifies all of the assets of our water system. The second step is really what is known as the master plan. And what it entails is to identify all the corrective measures that need to be taken over the next 20 to 50 years, so that they can be done in a preferential order of priority. The most critical, obviously, is the beginning, and to be funded then in succeeding budgets. So, extremely important document. We have the foundation document. Now we need to build, if you will, the corrective priorities for that system. It is an expensive study. It's basically a study of investigating all of the potential deficiencies that exist and being able to deal with them on a systematic order.
Commissioner?
So this is not a mapping per se.
No.
So it would have no impact upon the GIS system at all.
Basically, we've already mapped it.
It's already been mapped, so but it wouldn't impact that GIS system. Right. Would it be helpful to have a GIS mapping of Lake Ellen as the study goes through to identify any potential conflicts?
It's a goal of Public Works Director and mine to eventually have all of that system on the GIS platform, because it's an immense way to be able to focus in on various aspects. So this is really, we have detective lines. I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Going up Lemon past well 3, we have an 8-inch line that serves the villa and other locations. We are really not exactly sure where the shut-off valves are on that. You know, the road's been overlaid with surface material and asphalt over years. And we really need to have a shut-off, a clearly delineated shut-off mechanism, so if we have a blowout at the villas, you know, we can go around or isolate the area and do it in a professional manner. Right now, much of the problem is hit and miss, being able to find the valves and the turnoffs. And I tell you, I've been at water main breaks, and you turn off the valve to the water main and it still flows. And that, oh my God, now where's the valve? You know, that one didn't work with connection. And it's quite embarrassing sometimes to be fun. So that's the GIS benefit of having all these things laid out. Now, the water master plan benefit is we should know the problems, but we only have several valves on that line, and they're hidden. So how do we locate them, figure them out, reestablish them? So if we do have that, we only have to go to GIS to know what the problem is. They kind of work hand in
And so you were waiting, for tomorrow night's meeting on the ground penetrating radar to address a little bit more of that function within this, but then going forward, though, I think I'd be interested in what that would imply for us a year from now, or another 2 years in this plan.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying here with this?
I guess I could have left it on, and given me authority to buy it if I needed it, but, the question is, with the retirement announcement of the Public Works Director, he has the only water C license, you need to have a C license for the water plant operation and for, any water main break, you have to have a C license, person on site. So we need to have a contractual arrangement with somebody. Biometrics is the most logical choice, because they have been our testing facility for long. Pearson uses them. We've got a contract proposal for them, but I've not had a chance to put the call on us and deal with ground penetrating data. And do you think it's necessary, if they have one, if we continue the relationship with them indefinitely, we don't need to buy them.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I don't wanna spend money foolishly out here.
Right.
I should know tomorrow, shouldn't take more than 1 or 2 phone calls.
So I guess this is my last question, and then thank you, Mayor, for patience here. Task number 6, the commission presentation, which is optional, $1,580, has been included in their total compensation of $61,567. I have to say, that's the first time I've seen any type of expense in both public or private to present a study to the commission, to the very same commission which authorized the study. Am I out of bounds on this, questioning $1,600 when they come and tell us what we paid for?
We're on the same page on that.
We do have Derek Winscott, who was with the firm of ECT, our city engineer, and he can sort of address it. I will tell you, and I hope I'm not telling tales on a stool if you don't already know, but when you consult with a consultant and you want to bring them on board for a defined task, they will price out that task as what the market will bear.
Well, the market doesn't want to bear anything.
But then they try to spread it through various aspects, and really, they know what you have to do, they know what's to do.
And another thing that disturbs me here is, I think I get this, cost estimates should be used for budget planning only by the client. I understand ECT. ECT has been just a really great partner here for us. I realize that.
Since 1988.
I realize it, exactly. And I can't imagine it varying too much. I don't know the famous last words of the commissioner. I can't imagine those costs will vary too much. Well, yeah. So what do you think on that? I mean, your discussions with the engineers in the firm, I mean, we're looking, I'm sure that we'll work down that $1,600 with the commission presentation, but we're looking at $60,000. So has there been any discussion over what would affect these cost estimates other than admin time? And this is all administrative, fairly, isn't it? I mean, how much labor? Do we know how much? I guess I'm just asking really too many questions.
There are things that can happen. As a matter of fact, one of the things I talked about today had to do with our soon-to-be former public works director, perhaps even joining their firm for the purposes of participating in the master plan. That may lower the costs, having that knowledge right on site with them. But that's up to them, and it would be a benefit to us, but that may affect the price as well.
I would think it almost would affect the price in the other direction.
It might.
It would go up.
It very well could, because part of what they'll do is pick the brain of Rick Mullen, and he's right now not being paid for by them, and if he goes with them, he'll have to pay for their own resources.
Well, I'd just like a management approach, first of all. I think it's a foundational approach and a foundational support and foundational study. I think it's good for
Derek is apparently hiding in the back. Derek, it's time. Anyway, but I can certainly speak with them tomorrow. We can discuss the financing. He's heard your comments. And maybe he can give you instant justification right now.
Well, thank you for listening to to my, see, I'm a sales executive, and so I present for a living, and it's rare that I get my dollars.
Understand, thank you for having me, my name is Derek.
One second.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but, there is a funding mechanism for this.
This would be funded by the American Rescue Plan, which.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Which, I will, incidentally, I will tell you, we received our first tranche, about $750,000.
Okay. I thought this was a natural progression, and I think the need really exacerbated by the loss of our public works director. And I've always been shocked by engineering costs until the day I sat with a good friend of mine I played golf with regularly, who is an engineer, and he sat down and showed me how many unbillable hours of time that he has to put in. And at some point, somewhere along the line, staff has to be paid. And whether you can still allow it or not, the only way that you can make it work is to find an area where you're still allowed to make it work. So I absolutely agree. I don't have an issue. I think we're on the right track.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, thank you for having me, Madam Mayor, Commissioner. My name is Derek Whiteside. I'm an engineer for ECT. And I've been primarily doing most of the engineering for the last 2 years. To answer your question, Commissioner, we make the presentation optional for the very reason you mentioned. It's some municipalities don't want to be presented with a report when it's submitted. Hopefully the report is written well enough that the average person can read it and understand it.
Well, it's not so much for as this commission body. I'm just curious as a benefit of the public, because a good portion of this public will want to dive into some of this as well too. So that's really my orientation. There's not so much my myopic sense of having a presentation done for nothing. It's really the ability for the public to take that very same presentation, the very same report, and be able, as I said, a common individual, me, to understand what that says. As long as we can get to that point, I'm going to be a happy camper.
Well, I think that's what we're going to deliver for you. I write very plainly, and I don't like to use big words because I don't understand what's going on. So I have a dictionary.
Don't sell yourself short, engineer. Yeah.
But anyway, I do write very plainly, and the intention here is to give the city commission a list of projects and an estimate of how much those projects cost, current dollars. The reason they put current dollars and for budget reasons only is because some of those projects are going to be forecast to be completed 10 years out. I don't have a magic ball or anything like that to tell them what the cost is.
And Mr. Waycott, I want you to know that I have the greatest respect for you and the firm.
Thank you.
Well, and you guys are partnered up very, very well. And Rick Mullen has always found you guys to be an invaluable resource here for the city, and I too. So please don't take my cheekiness there to heart there so much. A little bit. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Did I answer your question?
I look forward to the next step. I really do, because this is going to lay the foundation for us to actually go borrow some money and get the work done. Which is what I want to get done.
This will give us the ability to know what projects are priority, and we will be forward, having better capital allocation with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I know, I did have one other question here. This part of the part of the water system that was bequeathed to us from the county, that's the Casanova, is that part of this study?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
And to answer an earlier question, the system maps are in both AutoCAD and GIS format. We gave attributes to the CAD to convert it to GIS. Hopefully, someday the crews with the tablets can just pick on something and know what material it is and what size it is and where all the values are. So that's already kind of happened.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Thank you, sir.
In the report, here we have part of the study is to rate the components. The study will also provide a list of short, intermediate, and long-term projects, their estimated cost and description of each project that we need to consider. in the future budgets. And I do believe that this is something overdue. This, I think our community will feel comfortable in knowing that we are actually addressing the infrastructure in a manner that is addressing the priority components, I may want to say. So I think it's not just a random, yes, we're waiting for something to explode. This is actually giving us a responsible management, so thank you. So, any further?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposal of ECT Engineering in the amount of $61,567.
We have a second.
Second.
Does anybody wish to speak on this? Please come on up, state your name and address. The one and only.
Alright, I just wanted to say, if I say my name and address, is I'm still working.
I couldn't hear you.
No, no, no. Well, let's see your name. Yes.
Great problem, Public Works Director for Lake Helen. I just want to reiterate that what you guys are moving forward with is a dream and something that when you see it all done, it will help every person in Public Works and the Water Department in the future. Nothing can be better to walk up there and go, hey, it's a 6-inch line, PVC, we need this to fix it, and we turn these valves off. So your money you're spending is beyond well spent and years in the meeting to get it done. And I look forward to seeing the report myself. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that said, we do have a motion by Costa and a second by Ecker.
I have a question. Tony, was that the total amount, or did that exclude the reporting of it, or?
It's the amount that was proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any discussion, any further discussion for the vote? Okay, well, the vote, motion has been first and second, so let's go ahead and make a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. The next item is 9B, the adoption of the education program. I want to thank the commissioners for moving forward with this program. We went back to staff to make some minor changes, so I'll turn it back to the city administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. This particular program is really good. We don't have anything like it yet in the community, and yet when I first came, I was very impressed by the volunteerism that exists in the community, and it still exists in the community. This is, if anything, simply a way of formalizing the efforts of people, giving them recognition, giving them the tools, the supplies to help us if they're willing to contribute to labor. I think it's a great partnership that we could put together with this program. So I obviously wholeheartedly endorse it. I would certainly advocate the adoption.
With Rick Maltz's resignation, you'll have to update contact person on it.
Yes. Guess it probably will be. But we'll find something.
Do we have a motion, commissioners?
I'll make a motion to adopt the beautification program as presented.
I'll second that.
Is it okay with the changes of the?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yes, with that change.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wishes to speak on this?
Change the verbiage to the Director of Public Works, or something along those lines.
Yes. That's the thing. That's what we have to do. It's just to have to put his name on there. We just need to remove it. Fill it in. Yeah. Well, there is no other public input on this topic. We have a motion by Commissioner Frasca with a second by Vice Mayor Khan to adopt the beautification program as presented. We're making that the changes with Director Moore. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed to this? Motion passes. We're moving now to the approval of sports field agreements. There are 3 agreements in here. One is for David Newton, one is for Wilkins, and one is for
And right.
I'll turn it over to you, the Volusia Hatters, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I placed these on the regular agenda as opposed to the consent agenda. I have put together these 3 agreements with the aid of the city attorney. They are for the football field that is still not fully complete, but suitable for practice, and the 2 baseball fields, the grass field and the clay field. And what I wanted to do in putting them on the public agenda for discussion, our current permit schedule, fee permit schedule, requires a $30 contribution for 3 hours, and $10 for lights that those are used. The issue that I have with them is that we really do not have the personnel or the equipment to adequately maintain these fields, and so they are being maintained. As a matter of fact, we're even being improved in the case of the baseball fields by the citizens who are going to be using them. So I wanted to recognize their efforts, either through reducing the fee, and the Wilkins insist on paying something. They suggest $10 for the 3 hours, but it's up to you if you want to reduce it all or to what number. Plus also the volunteer program where citizens can come in, we can supply materials, and they can make improvements on certain benches, park benches, or baseball fields, football fields, would be used to offset any costs they would have for the improvement of those fields, those areas. So I guess what I'm doing is making a pitch that I'd like to recommend on behalf of the people who are going to be using these fields, that you give them some consideration of the fact that we really don't expend any money except electricity and lights. In turn, all of the expenditures for maintaining those fields are done by the people who are reserving them. And it seems rather callous in my view, we charge them $30, but we don't spend $30, and they have to do that plus maintain them.
Was that just to be clear, was that with the lights?
The
Or the lights, fully operational? I mean,
No, they're not, and that's a good point. The lights are still there. By there, I mean, they really have not been maintained either. Some of the bulbs are burned out, they're still incandescent lights. The bulbs are extremely expensive to replace, and the replacement of incandescent bulbs really is wasting money. We really need to replace those fixtures with LEDs. Not going to save electricity, vast amounts of electricity, but we'll have a much more reliable lighting system. That's a big expenditure. So I'm not advocating it right now, and I know the people who use baseball fields understand. It will be getting dark sooner, so you may just have to, I don't know what, ask their patience, or we have to consider it later on in the year to replace those lights with LEDs, actually focusing on the field and be professional. Then we'll have to spend some money on the field, and maybe then we can justify $30 for $3. But right now, we can't.
so could we just remove the fee for the lights and then time being and then?
I would, because, I'm not you, so, but I'm advocating that if
Well,
you,
they're not absolutely functional, there's no point.
they're not actually functional. First of all, there are no lights in football fields at all. We're only talking about baseball. They're sporadic in terms of the light. There are shadows within the areas. But I should point out too, I mentioned the football is only for practice. The baseball is only for practice as well. These teams play their actual games in other locations in the county. So they're really there for practice. Light isn't as critical, but still, if you can't see a top fly, you're allowed to have it right on your noggin. So we do need to pay attention to lights. Light is coming back from Mitchell Park. I think that's fantastic. We may just have to step up the plate, make some improvements there earlier than we thought. The first on the list would be lights.
I see both the beautification program and these agreements are both boilerplate to help protect the city. And I also think that the people who have been doing the work for years should be rewarded for that, and waiving fees is the right thing to do. But when we have the program in place, and you have a fee schedule in place, that you can exercise your discretion. I think the
it should be done, because there are going to be expenses that we can never pay for everything. We need to do maintenance, forget about capital improvements, there's just so much that needs to be paid for. It isn't funny. But I see all of this, that people that see the city is now starting to operate in a different manner. Just need to understand that these programs are there to protect all of us and to make sure that whoever's there is supposed to be there. And I like what you're doing, and I also like waiving the fee schedules for those people that we're talking about right now, for those people who are doing it.
I have a question to language, Mr. Simpson, and the city administrator as well too. All three agreements reference a phrase that the use of the facility by the user at times or days other than those specifically set forth above must be approved by a separate field rental agreement. Can you help me understand why we would need to have a separate field rental agreement if the use of the facility by the user at times and days other than those specifically set forth by the user at that would need a separate field rental agreement?
This agreement is for a specific event or activity at a specific date and time. It doesn't give you blanket use of the field.
Very well, I'll accept that, thank you.
If you need other times, that could be modifying that, but you gotta you can't assume that just because you have this agreement, you have carte blanche use of the field.
And the users are all amenable to that?
If they sign it, they are.
It's on number 3 with the dates, so they don't.
So that explains the, I just was curious, if they sign it, I get that, but has there been any discussions with the users, Lee, that are amenable to that?
And Scott said, right on point. What I've done in writing up these agreements is basically to memorialize what they would like to have with the fields, the time slots, the days. So they are really going to be more than satisfied with what we have in here. And if they want to branch out with another series of hours and schedule, then we just sit down and do another agreement. But right now, I think this is going to be very satisfactory for them.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer too. I'm amenable to reducing fees, Commissioner.
Any other discussion? Do these need to be separate motions or one motion for all?
There could be one motion for all, but if for some reason it doesn't pass, then we'll have to address each one and figure out which one is causing not to pass already. If they can all pass in one motion, that's good.
And we are, just to get this, just to understand, we are going to be waiving the fee on all three, correct?
My understanding is, well, what I would recommend is you lower the fee from $30 to $10 and eliminate the fee for the electricity to lights.
Okay. Then, I have a motion to approve all three agreements as presented with the fee changes of from $30 for up to 3 hours to $10 and eliminating the use of the fee for the use of lights.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Fresca and a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve the three agreements as presented with the change of lowering the fees to $10 for the use and eliminating the fees for the use of lights.
Has anybody done math on what that's going to cost these people in a year? What? Has anyone done the math to see what it's going to cost for them per year?
To actually be there? No, I haven't.
$10 certain number of days, $10 days to 3 hours.
Each team is there for 2 days a week, so that'd be $20 a week times 52 weeks, and times 4 for a month, times 12, or 52. But there are times they've excluded from the agreement for holidays, Thanksgiving to, I don't think the Wilton is going to be using from Thanksgiving to January.
I think it's 20 times 52 weeks, it's $100.
That's what we're doing. Okay.
And staff looked into what it would cost to have somebody come out and upgrade the lights.
Oh, absolutely. We need to do that
very soon, even if we don't enact it, we need to get a handle on what it's going to cost. There's no other reason to budget for this. But I think we're going to want to do it before that. All of a sudden, Mitchell is becoming quite popular.
Yeah, I think those wood peppers are over there too.
If there aren't any further discussion, anybody in the community wish to speak on this? Please state your name and address.
Nancy Berry, Lakeland, Florida. I know on the discussion on the light replacement, we talked to the Parks and Rec meeting. There was a woman there who was very familiar with the grants to do the lights. So I don't know if that's something you recall that you have audio you can go back and look into. I don't know the woman's name. There's a lot of name of her, and you could maybe try that out.
What was the grant for?
To replace the lights, and she had done that in another venue, I believe in Daytona, she was saying. There was a lot going on in discussion. I'm not sure if what Commissioner Hubbard was there or not.
Yeah, the law.
There was the woman sitting back by the chalkboard who was talking that she had already done that, which would be something worth us pursuing for that part.
Charlie, what year did we put those in? Was that 30 years ago?
Yeah, you're good.
Because I don't know that even that just the lights is going to do it. I'm afraid that poles are going to be required, et cetera, et
And that
cetera.
may have been part of the grant. I didn't get the whole conversation, but I was very impressed with what she had been able to accomplish. And even Ms. Wilkins may be able to add, I believe she was there, but I don't know if she caught all that conversation. There was a lot going on, but it's definitely worth pursuing because it's very expensive.
Well, absolutely. Do we have a grant writer or a grant for sewer in-house? Seems like every minute that you.
We've got a program through the League of Cities also.
The East Civic
We can direct that information in the right direction. I would be appreciative.
We do have a fantastic relationship with Florida Cities, and they have contracted with E-Civis, I believe. And you tell them what kind of material you're looking for, they will give you literally probably 50 different grant opportunities. Some more difficult than others, some larger than others, but it's a tremendous start.
Anybody else wish to discuss anything on this topic? Please state your name and address.
Jill Wilkins, 171 South Fort Avenue. I was at the meeting, I do not know the woman's name. It was not quite about the lights. She was actually talking about, she had done a football field in Daytona. And an NFL team had basically built the football field. I guess they got programs. So I don't know if they'll do just lights. I know like the MLB does have programs for like turf, things like that. So it is possible or something. But what she was talking about was the football. She's on the football field. I just wanted to add, just so you guys are maybe more comfortable with reducing the fee to $10. When we practice at Bennett in Orange City, we used to practice there 2 nights a week. It was 2 hours. It was $25 per day. For $25, they provide lights. They drag or track the field. They stripe the fields. They clean bathrooms. They stock the bathrooms. There's someone on staff the entire time we're there. If there's any issues. Obviously, they manicure the grass. You know, there's a lot that goes into what we pay that $25 for. The reason we came to Lake Helen was because the fields were being demolished. The graffiti all over the buildings. They were doing donuts in the fields. And because my husband's grown up here, my son plays baseball, we went to the then city administrator and said, hey, if we start helping clean this up so that, you know, it looks better, can we start practicing here? It's convenient for us, obviously, we live here, but also we were able to kind of give back to our community. Our boys are 8 years old, they help us pick up trash, they do a lot of stuff out there. So we want to pay something because we realize that there is an expense. The city mows for us. They keep the grass mowed. We try to keep, we try to keep the fences clear, we drag and track the fields, I clean the bathrooms, we pick up trash, we empty the garbage cans. So the city does deserve some type of monetary, for what they do, but at the same time, we do a lot. So just if that kind of helps your decision a little bit this evening.
Thank you.
Your cooperation with the city staff working out there has made a lot of improvements. You guys do deserve it.
We're very proud of it. It looks really good. We're very proud of it.
So you guys deserve a reduced fee anyway for that.
Thank you.
I'm very proud of you guys. It's two-way street.
Anyone else? If not, Commissioners, we do have a motion to approve, as read by Commissioner Frasca and second by Commissioner Eckert. And let's go ahead for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the next item, number 9B, the purchase of new police radios. We do have a representative here, if you'd like to have the police department speak.
Let me give a preamble.
Let's get the preamble. Mr. City Administrator.
We are purchasing, as you know, releasing 4 new police cars. 3 of them are actually constructed and waiting for the 4th. But soon we will have all 4 of them. And when we do receive them, we need to go through a certain preparation. As you can imagine, light bars, sirens, and inherent computer stands and radios. Now, compounding what would normally be a routine situation, our radios are very outdated. Some of them cannot be transferred to the new county system, which is going to be instituted in 2023. Ours would work up until then, but then it just becomes garbage. Simply don't work with the new system. And we do use the system. We do not have an independent radio system. We work with the county system, and it works quite well. We don't have any dead spots in the community. The chief tells me our people can be in communication no matter where they are in the community. All this leads up to the fact that we need new radios and portable radios and handhelds. So to induce the users of the system to buy into the new equipment as soon as possible, the corporation that has gotten a contract with the county is offering a substantial reduction in the cost of those radios. Somewhere in my repetition here, I have a number of what they would be outside of the initial purchase period, but we would get them for about half of what they would be later available to the city for. So it's really incumbent on us to get them as soon as possible. Plus, we also then don't have to install old radios that are going to have to be replaced in a year and a half anyway. We'll have brand new radios that be on the new system, compatible with the new system, and we can use those. Our handhelds are the same thing. None of the handhelds could be converted to the new system, so we will definitely need all new handhelds. There's 6 of those. We have 4 new portable radios mobile radios we're suggesting to get. Long story short, and there's been one issue involved, and the chief can perhaps describe it better. We got the price from the county bid, and the county corporation in the state, because they no longer could sell those radios, they were being taken out this kidney. So to make up for it, they're willing to sell us those radios basically the same price, the new radios the same price as the old discontinued models, and a total amount of $17,689.38 for the 6 handheld and 4 new mobile radios for the vehicles. It seems expensive if you're a layman, you're wondering about the price. The radios are all hardened. They take a great deal of abuse, particularly the handhelds. They're strapped on a policeman, and they get involved in all kinds of situations through the rain, and whatever. They get hand-to-hand combat sometimes, and the radio takes a beating, but they are designed for it. So anyway, I'm recommending to you that we do take $17,689 from reserves, buy the radios, put new radios in new cars,
We did new handhelds, and it'll be in good shape for the changeover at the sheriff's office to the new system that happens in a year and a half.
What was, did you, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a date, did you have a date for us when the new vehicles will be ready? I know you said there was one more.
Yeah.
Any day?
Any day now.
So it's almost.
But I've been here for a little while.
Yeah, it was supposed to be ready a couple months ago. The same thing, at least what we hear is the chips, you know, we don't have enough chips for the vehicle. And new cars operate on computers, not on anything else. And so they have 3 of them manufactured and waiting for the 4th. When we do, then it'll be probably a half hour, 2-week period, and install the computers, install the radios, install the light bars, et cetera. So it'll probably still be a month to 6 weeks before we get it. In the meantime, we're patching together the old ones. They really are needed retirement.
In your report, you state that you need a total of 10 portable radios and 8 mobile radios. But you're only requesting 4 mobile radios and 6 portables.
Yep. What I want to do
You've
is,
got until June of next year, and if we're going to put the total package in the budget to get,
we have the money for the extra 4 and the extra 6 mobiles in the budget for next year. We did not have that much in this year's budget, didn't have any extra. So we wanted to at least outfit 4 new cars with this purchase, 6 handhelds, which definitely need to be replaced anyway, and then do the second phase of these purchases next June. Would you like to buy them all now? We can do that.
It still gets us in the budget.
as long as the money's there before June 30th of next year, because we're not gonna be able to put it in the 23 budget.
You know, we're doing my evaluation soon. If I miss that June 30th date, when radio is double the price, I don't want to see that evaluation after that time.
So there's no intention to upgrade the 5 existing.
I'm sorry?
There's no intention, I just wanted to be clear in my mind, there's no intention to upgrade the 5 existing radios.
They
had the upgrades.
Scheduled for next, yeah, for next.
But you're going to schedule the upgrade, oh, excuse me, I misunderstood you then. So the upgrades of the 5 existing portables is $1230 each. And that's going to be pushed into the fiscal 22 budget.
Yes. But let me, the chief just gave the microphone, thank goodness, and let him explain.
What? You know, I want to ask you a question, both of the questions at the same time, and I want you all to think about if the cost to upgrade the 5 existing is $1230, and the cost to purchase 5 brand new portables are $1469. We preclude then the maintenance cost of $54 a year for those 5 radios. It would make sense to me that rather than budget for the upgrade the existing 5 portables, just to make that purchase the existing of 5 brand new portables for that time instead of the upgrade.
We can do that.
Because, 54 times 5 is what, a little bit $250, $260. And the difference of the cost between the 2 radios at $1230, so that's $230. It's a wash, but I think going forward, I think it'd be more prudent to go ahead and just budget to the 5 brand new portables for that year as well too. I think we'd probably come back and have to look at those other 5 eventually again for repairs of some sort anyway.
Well, the difference will even be less when you subtract the $54 maintenance fee.
That's what I was saying, yeah, exactly.
Brings it into a closer reason.
Anyway, I'd be more apt to do that.
I agree with our colleague just with the math. I mean, the only question that I've got, Chief, is are we buying old technology with this, right?
It's different new technology.
Yeah. Is the technology changing a year from now?
It is, yeah. But I'll try to,
Yeah, I mean, I'm always skeptical when I said next year it's gonna be.
I've been working on this.
What am I really buying?
Yeah, I've been working on this since May.
Okay.
What is happening is Harris, Communications International, they entered a contract with the county. So when you go out 92 and you see that big tower out there, that's the big tower that we have to get our radios for emergency dispatching on. County does not own that, you know, that it's proprietary. Harris has that tower. What is happening is right now they're at an 800 megahertz system. Don't ask me what that means, that's what it is, it's an 800 megahertz system. They are moving to what they call a P25 digital system. You're gonna have better range, you're gonna be able to hear inside buildings, it's just gonna be an all-around better radio. They're upgrading the entire system. Right now, our radios that we have are for 800 megahertz. We have 5 radios that we purchased a few years ago that are upgradable to the P25. However, all of our in-car radios, our base unit, those will be obsolete come May of 2023. They already got the approval. They're gonna start the transition on May of next year. It's a 12 to 18 month conversion rate. So at the earliest, it could be May of 2023 before this takes effect. What is happening is Harris of Communications International, they're based out, they're offering brand new radios at a 1/3 the price of what they are. So it's a little more than half. So radio that would normally cost us $1,500, or it's costing $1,500 for us. If we don't buy them before June 20 or June 30th of next year, it'll go to $4,500, triple the price. The upgrade costs are nearly as much as just buying a
The new one, right.
I have run into one hiccup. This is very recent. Within the last week, the radios that I had picked out to get are no longer, Harris no longer manufactures them. The next upgrade to that radio was quoted at $1,469. Because this is based off of what they offered the county kind of put this flyer out and they messed up. That number's off. That number's actually $250 less than what that radio would have cost. County did not buy that radio, so they looked over this error that they had because they didn't even need it. The radio that they are getting is a $2,300. We're getting that radio for the same price that we would have been paying for that cheaper radio. So now we're getting the better system. And it's not a matter of if we could do this or do that. I think the word I could use is proprietary. It's Harris. We have to buy Harris. We can't go Motorola. We can't go directly. Harris, Ericsson, and ACOM are all in the same family. So we couldn't go to Motorola, which Seminole County uses, trying to be compatible with their system. So how that cell phone with 3G goes out, you're forced to upgrade to another phone or you don't have a cell phone.
Can I just mention those numbers again, the chief? The sheriff is buying the same radio for $23.37 each, and we'll be buying at $17.27 each. So we're getting a substantial reduction even from what the bid price is. I think that's important.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to go into reserves to get it, you know, the same income, even if we took the budget from next year paid back.
And because the goal of getting them now is we have 6 full-time officers. I would like to put them with the new radios sooner than later. The 4 new portables are going to go into the 4 new cars. We might be keeping other cars. We still have the 2 Dodges, the police truck, and we might be keeping at least 1 or 2 of the Crown Vics that we have, depending on how well they last. So those radios will stay in there. So we'll be taking the radios out of those cars to put them in the new vehicles, which then that will be done that way.
Do you have a motion, please?
On the megahertz thing, the way that works is 20 years ago, everybody was all over the field on their radio frequencies. Because of 911, it came out and the government isolated 700, 800 for government agencies only. Federal governments were higher than that. And over the years, the technology on the radio signals and everything have changed. So since then, the radios have been upgraded a couple times. Now, the federal government has advanced so much that they've opened up some of their frequencies to the lower ones, and the cell phone companies want to expand their range. They want that 700 into the 800 range. So technology is moving into the higher level, to improve the communication for the government agencies. And that's why the new upgrade's coming in now.
You're gonna make a note to present the second purchase of this equipment to us sometime before June next year, correct? You want to say that again a little bit louder for us?
What?
You want to say that a little bit louder for us? You are gonna make a note?
Yes, no.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the purchase of 4 new mobile radios and 6 new portable radios.
Second.
In that motion, you're impliedly saying that we are waiving formal bidding and piggybacking the county's contract, right?
Yes, so much.
Yes.
Yes,
Isn't that what we're impliedly doing?
Excuse me, so you've not, I mean, we're just taking advantage of the piggyback plan, right? But it wouldn't disclose that we're waiving on the formal bidding, so I need to amend my motion. That's what you're saying?
Or it could be impliedly within that. I think.
I would hate to imply it, but.
That's what we're doing. So, normally at this dollar level, we have bidding procedures.
Well, I was thinking.
We're waiving that.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm certainly calling my pants there, so. Yeah, I definitely want to waive the formal bidding procedures on this, so we can go ahead and take advantage of the county contract and piggyback this.
Right.
My motion would be implied to that.
Anybody wishes to speak on this? Okay, we do have a motion by Vice Mayor Connell and a second by Commissioner Brasso to approve the purchase of 4 new mobile radios and 6 new portable radios, waiving the bidding process and piggyback with the Volusia County contract.
Was it added in that bringing it back and, or was that just implied?
It's implied.
No, it's,
Okay.
We need the radios, we don't have communication, so it's not a question if, just we need to do
So it's
it.
just implied to bring it back before June 30th.
I'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We're bringing the next
Thank
topic,
you, Chief.
which is the rezoning of 104 North Lakeview Drive. And I will go ahead and turn this over to the city administrator.
Mayor and members of the commission, I do need to preamble this particular presentation. It was pointed out to us just late this afternoon that our future use map adopted in our comp plan does not have an underlying downtown district commercial zone in the particular area where this rezoning is proposed. What that means is, let me go back a little bit. The future land use map is adopted in your comp plan, and it is the ideal land use of your community as you would envision it in the future. And that map then dictates where zoning changes can be made and where they cannot be made. When our map was adopted in the year 2018, it was adopted identical to the zoning, which means that there virtually is no option for any sort of rezoning. And we then have to go back and rezone, or excuse me, change the land use map so that their options are available for rezoning. And what that means, and what I've suggested to the city attorney, believes is appropriate, is that we hear the presentation tonight, and your action would be, if you are so inclined, is to authorize the creation of the rezoning ordinance. That will then be available. The staff will go to the PORDC, whoever it is, and we will seek a land use map change from its present configuration of residential to the downtown commercial. If that is ultimately recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission and accepted by the council, then the next action would be to rezone the property as requested by this applicant. So there's an intermediary step that was not taken, and I regret that we didn't catch it sooner, but it precludes you taking action tonight. Doesn't preclude your listening to it, taking public comments, but we need to then go and do that underlying map change, come back, and then you can consider whether you want to rezone or not.
So what my understanding is, what we're going to do right now is we're going to sit back and watch the presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was with that email that you sent.
Yes.
Right before Friday.
Thank you.
I didn't see it, so.
It will still come back to you for a first and second reading. So, but since it was on the agenda, that's the presentation, you get the same presentation at first reading. And when you do the first reading, there are also will be the comprehensive plan change. So you'll do the map amendment and then the zoning. So you don't have to do the map amendment first and then take up the zoning. We're going to do them at the same meetings, just one to the next item. And so they'll be heard together. They just have to tweak the effective dates because you can't have the zoning become effective until the map amendment.
So, Mr. Attorney, someone called me regarding this topic, and they were asking why doesn't the city just do a variance to the property for the time that the.
Variances aren't allowed for use.
That's right.
The variances are, you need to encroach in the setback, or you need to be closer. It's usually a size issue type thing. You never grant variances for use.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioners, are we ready? Melissa, we're ready.
I have, yes. You may answer my question before I ask, so.
I may answer.
Please,
Do the presentation.
Do your presentation.
Oh,
Your presentation may answer the question.
What's the question? I pass on to you all, the front commissioners and mayor, a visual, so you can actually see what the plan is that I have. So there's a lot of speculation of what I would do with that once it was zoned. And for me, this is the clearest way to communicate besides the PowerPoint. And some people are really good at seeing visuals. So I want you to know that the circles on there are the existing trees. They have nothing to do with Dr. Seuss. There's also, I took time to do to scale what the parking would look like, what the structure would look like, all the setbacks. They're not perfect, so there might be a line that's not quite as straight as you would like. But it kind of gives you an idea of what can actually fit there, instead of the perception of something larger, something grander, something undesirable that would require more parking. So taking a look at that parking, it is required for 3, and I also have bike parking on there, and a place for you to get your horse. So if you have any questions about that later, I'd greatly appreciate if you would ask. I'd love to answer them. So I wanted to introduce to you a little bit about the business that would be established on that farm. So I want to welcome you to Dragonfly. Dragonfly is a garden event and a place for gathering for the community. So the concept is about having a place for the community to come and gather. It also is a gift shop, and it's a garden center. The garden center is not sterile, so when you look on that map being passed around, there's some concepts in the upper right-hand corner. Those concepts are the ebb and flow, so it would be created as if it was a park. So if you can think of it as a park-like setting, would probably be the simplest thing for you to make the connection of what that lot would look like. You'll notice on that map too, it says EDU, which stands for education. So those boxes are raised beds for educational purposes, to teach people how to tend to the soil, plant their seeds, and grow. So they can take that knowledge back with them and continue that pattern. There's also an open space, there's a circle on the upper right corner that can be used for some simplicity of yoga or meditations on a Saturday morning. So it's about you, and it's about the people that are outside of this building. It's not about myself. It's about each one of you having a space to be able to come and gather. So I want to talk a little bit about a mission statement for Dragonfly. And I also want to be transparent, this is the exact same presentation that our planning board saw. The only thing that I did fix was a typo.
So Dragonfly's mission, you have the power of choice. When you purchase something from Dragonfly, you have the power to make a choice. At Dragonfly, you have the power to create a positive change in our community and around the world. So what you purchase actually has a positive impact on our community. Dragonfly contributes 10% of yearly profits to nonprofit organizations that are making a change in community, environment, and sustainability. With each purchase, you choose where your contribution goes, giving you the power to change the world. And that world actually exists right here first in the home. So there would be some support in the town to be able to continue the good that some organizations, nonprofits are actually doing in our own community. You are the water and the sunshine that nourishes the seeds that are sown. Thank you for making our community a better place. These are some visuals that I pulled. They actually represent what you're actually seeing on that board. Only these are a lot more clear. I did my best with drawings. So Dragonfly again, it's garden, gift, and community. Dragonfly found a home in the gem of Florida, Lake Helen, in the fall of 2021. Nestled in the history of the start of the business city, Dragonfly brings a fun and relaxing vibe to the community. The garden center is designed with the community in mind, creating a space of relaxation that focuses on offering a collection of plant species that are cultivated locally when available. The gift center displays beautiful local art as well as art from around the world, telling the story of indigenous tribes and culture. We invite you to come spend time getting to know your neighbor and meeting these plants. Continuing with the community theme. So things that would be purchased would mostly come from local. That means art from artists that are in our community and our surrounding community in the state of Florida. It also means plants from smaller farms that are in our community and around our community in the state of Florida. Those are the two focuses. So the visuals that you see on the right is a great example of pine needle art. And we do have an artist in town. No, I did not approach her, but I thought it was great. We also have the gardens, which are down below. So you can see that they're more of an organic feel. Can you go back, please, to the slide prior to? Oops. Okay. So the gardens have more of an organic feel. Once again, they're not a structure as if you were walking into Lowe's or Home Depot. It has the ebb and flow, so it looks like a natural setting on the corner. So making an impact of low density. The tables are used for gathering. The purpose is to have people come and be able to sit. Maybe someone just wants to come down to the garden center and sit and meditate. Maybe they want to bring some friends along, just sit there and chat and create the future of what we have for Lake Helen. So the following slides are the Lake Helen, Florida. They are pulled directly from the downtown master plan. So following information was taken from the Lake Helen, Florida downtown master plan. I did not create these are actually from our master plan. I want to point out on the bottom, there are page numbers. Those page numbers, if you go to our master plan online, those are the pages you find them on. So you don't have to dig deep. You want to do any more research on your own. So if you take a look at the overall master plan, on the south side where the school is, Ivy Pond, we have our beautiful Blake Park. Everything was laid out for us. Each marker that you see, they're in zones. So you have D and E and Q and V. We're going to break that down to be a little closer to the area that I proposed for a zone change. If we look at the very north end, on the corner of Main and Lakeview. It's the northwest corner. So, thank you very much for pointing to that. So it's that corner there. So the plan legend has 0. So if we look at the key above, it's marked as potential civic flex space. I'm gonna blow it up so it's easier to read. So O is proposed civic flex space. The exact land use for these buildings is quite variable, from residential to commercial or vertical mixed use. The flex space parcel proposed for the northwest corner of Lakeview Drive and Main Street intersection, which is the lot that I'm proposing for a zone change for Dragonfly. In particular, could benefit from a land use change to commercial. I'm requesting that that property be changed to the land use for commercial to be able to place for the community, a place for them to come gather, enjoy a garden, purchase their gifts. There's examples that are on the board, it's being passed around, and the plants. To break it down a little closer, this is the overview of the North Business Cluster. It's a little larger if you want to point again to that northwest corner. The downtown master plan can be broken down into 3 primary areas. These sections of the report discuss more in-depth details regarding the design of the following 3 plan areas. Once again, North Business Cluster. Plan Area 1. The primary gateway into downtown district occurs at the intersection of Main Street and Lakeview Drive. This area is potentially prime for redevelopment efforts due to the vastly undeveloped Lakeview Drive frontage in this area. As a result, the design team appropriated a number of potential minimum setback buildings in the location in order to create an enclosed urban environment with a diverse array of shops and stores. The urban scale. The urban scale of the northern business cluster would be similar to Micanopy, Florida. I don't know if any of you have the opportunity to go to Micanopy, but it is a very small town. They do have an old business district, so their structures are still standing. But if you think of that flavor and that flair, buildings will max out at 2 stories as to not overbearing the scale of the town. In addition, street trees would enclose the urban environment and create a comfortable walking area for pedestrians. Public parking. You'll notice on my proposal, I do have parking there. And I want to point that out again, I do have parking, because that was a question that the development board, planning and development board brought up to me. And those are laid out to scale. And if you bring the horse down, it's going to have a kitchen place. Because we're known as a horse community as well. Golf cart and car. A public parking lot has been designed for visitors along Main Street. This parking lot would serve as a shared parking lot for the northern business cluster. It would be important for the city staff to add a vegetative buffer and a opaque fencing to the east side of the parking lot in order to ensure a smooth transition to residential properties to the east. In addition to the parking lot, parallel parking, yellow, and plan could be added to segments of Lakeview Drive and Main Street. I want to point out where this public parking lot is that would be utilized for the northern business district. In case you have questions of, well, what if you have 4 cars? Or what if there's 3 golf carts parked and no one has any room to park their other golf cart? So if you can point on Main and Lakeview, would be the southeast corner.
We are in the early stages of following up planning our downtown master plan. It's been given to us a handful, not too long ago. Some might think it's a little immature and premature to actually think about this parking lot. But we've got to start thinking about our future. What do we want? I know my personal opinion, I'd like to see small independent businesses, not box stores. I'd like to see the uniqueness that our small town has, and I would like to amp it up. We have a beautiful community, we have beautiful people. Why not give them something beautiful in return for it? If we take a look at overall the plan, you can continue to read the rest of that if you'd like on page 32, or I can read it to you. If we look at what I proposed for that zone change, it would be the first realization of our downtown master plan, storefront, business, destination, and the gathering place for our community. It's time that we make a step forward and come out of our stagnant space. Thank you.
My question is for either Scott or Lee. If this clearly, the presentation falls right in line with what the master plan is looking for. Favor wholeheartedly. When I'm looking for is a timeline. If we go through the process that we have to go through in order to change the zone, how long will that take? So we can give Melissa some idea of whether or not that's acceptable and we can really work her plan.
I told Melissa the difficulty late this afternoon, and I suggested ideally, October 14th meeting. And that maybe, still may be possible, but either be October 14th or be the first meeting in November, the only meeting in November. But I'd like to shoot for October 14th.
A worst case scenario, you're talking middle of November, it's a November meeting.
Yeah.
Does that work for you, Melissa?
It's doable to go in October.
Rick, I'm not moving this one here. So it works.
Sounded like a yes.
Yes, and it works.
I don't know how to shape this motion to,
Well, this was just a presentation.
I understand, but my motion was going to be to, put the wheels in motion.
Yeah, you do, and this is a little unique in that, we did the presentation because it was on the agenda, and the motion you're about to make is not one that's normally made for land use zoning changes. But, if you want to make a motion, you can say a motion to direct staff to proceed with a land use and zoning changes to implement the presentation that was made.
Yeah, because what clearly, right now, we can't do what she wants because basically boilerplate.
Well, I mean, the best way to look at it is that plan that was, she showed up there, what was adopted, that's what it is, it's a plan. What you do to a plan is you implement it, and you implement it by amending your comprehensive plan and your zoning.
Okay.
And so that's really what this is like apparently step one of implementing it. We need to change for this parcel, our comp plan and zoning to implement the plan that was already adopted.
And we have to go through this through adopting the comp plan and then we can do the zoning.
Your zoning cannot be inconsistent with your comp plan.
Correct.
So we have a future land use designation of residential. You cannot allow a commercial use on residential land use. So we have to change the land use to something that would be consistent with the zoning she's requesting.
So my motion would be to charge staff with implementing the master plan.
I would just say proceed with the requested land use and zoning change requested by the applicant.
Okay.
Yours is a little broad.
So rather than creating an opportunity for the whole master plan to be.
If you get in and start changing people's land use and zoning before they want it,
Yeah, that's a problem.
Then they might be happy with that.
That's, I think that.
And somebody may have bought this piece of property and want to build a house.
Sure.
You know, okay, our plan didn't work for this piece of property, but here's somebody who wants to implement it, so we've got to implement for this parcel of property. So it's a more conducive way of implementing a plan, maybe a little longer than you would envision, because you're waiting for the community to implement it, to ask them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Ms. Mullin, I'm keeping an open mind.
I think you got a motion, you made a motion, right?
I'm trying to make one.
Okay, I didn't know if you made one, sorry.
And so I haven't made one. I'm trying.
Thank you. I'm keeping an open mind this long, but I would also do due diligence here. I would be doing my job as a commissioner of the service. I didn't look to see what the future might be for that piece of property. So I would admonish the commission also to, if you have not done so already, to review the DCD zoning and the comp plan or the land development regulations already. This is a significant decision. It's a significant decision for a variety of reasons. And so, as I said, I'm keeping an open mind. At the same time, I'm asked to make tough decisions here for the future of this city and the future of how the city might look as well too. I never try to get too far into the weeds here. I don't know how to administer a city. I think I know how to manage what a vision of the city is. Your vision certainly complements this city's, at least my city's, my vision of this city. So I want to be sure you're aware of that. At the same time, the DCD zoning allows for a significant amount of use beyond the use intended for this piece. And so I just want to be sure that the commission, as elected officials, and especially with something as important as the downtown development plan, because that is a core piece of my vision for the city as well too. And what this what the effects of this zoning would have on that corner. Because in order to make the zoning work, the comp plan's got to be changed, and making the comp plan change almost by default infers that the zoning is done, and it doesn't.
Yeah, you're right.
And I just wanted to be very clear on that, and I hope you understand my position on that.
I do, Jim. And what I like about when you all will review closer, and you're looking at the CDC, which is a downtown commercial district zoning, there's protections placed within that zoning.
I'm familiar.
So on a lot that is 0.38 acres. I mean, there was concerns that in bugs throughout the city, there's certain things that just cannot happen
Cannot work there. I agree.
It cannot happen there. So when you're actually looking at it, keep that in mind too.
Also keep in mind, Ms. Mon, that there are other things that can work there.
Yes, exactly. But one of the things that I wanted to make sure that the city and our community understands that there are certain things, even though you have your DCD, the downtown commercial, there are certain things that still cannot go because of flooding and how things are laid out. So someone may come and want to do something on a piece of land, but they don't have the space to be able to develop it in the idea that they want.
And to that point, reading directly from the DCD, the district is designed, the commercial district zoning is designed to provide for the general retail and service needs of the community in a setting that is pedestrian oriented and aesthetically and functionally compatible with the residential land uses that are located within, and in this case, adjacent to the district. And that's why it's important for us to understand that while this application and this vision certainly complements all of that, there are other uses for this piece way on down the road after you and I are well gone. And that's the only thing, that's my job to think about in my perspective. And at the same time, recognizing that this is beautiful. This is cool as heck. But that being said, that's my community. That's my life here in Lake Helen.
Exactly.
My job as a commissioner is different than my life in Lake Helen.
And I also want to point out too, that when you're looking at that downtown commercial district, Jim has been covering, and we've been talking about, that there's even standards beyond that. So that's when you need to go to your ordinances and take a look at those closely. Because you have ordinance around off-street parking sign standards, off-street parking requirements. You have a whole section that is on, just a minute. Shared parking with subjects and agreement to address as follows. There's it goes on and on and on, so it's just not the DCD, there's deeper development that needs to be looked at as well for what could actually happen on that piece of property.
Agreed.
Had an opportunity a few years ago to spend some time in Italy, and one of the things that struck me was how every single thing that was done had an artistic component to it. And Italian people, if you did not consider an artistic component a part of it, they would scoff at you. They were, as far as they were concerned, it was not worth doing it if it didn't have an artistic component. To me, what I see, and I don't know if the end result will, I can only hope that it would look like what you're presenting, is that you're bringing beauty to the city. And there's so much crass commercialism out there that, and I understand Commissioner Thomas' perspective, but I've sat here for a long time and I've waited for something like this to come along to bring beauty to the community in an external kind of way. And I love everything you're doing, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor of responsibility.
Thank you, Rick, because it's important.
It is important.
Our city is important, but our community is important. I mean, he's one of the important people that are sitting at home trying to listen to this at the audio. It's very important.
Do you have any other comments from commissioners? Because we do have some speaker cards.
I think it's a beautiful project. I think that you put a lot of time and effort into this, and I can see that with this, I can see that it would be definitely a nice addition. Thank you. Did you have anything, Robert?
Yes, that's all.
So we do have some speakers that would like to hear from, and commissioners in front of me. I do have a petition for signatures from several citizens that live on Lakeview, pretty much saying that this is not a commercial area and would affect all the neighbors. And so I'll go ahead and call out some of the speakers that we have, and also we have a lot of it. Speaker Joe Abbott.
Good evening, all. I also think this is a great idea. I just think it's in the wrong place. The problem is there are people that live right across the street, that live behind it, beside it, and have all signed that petition that says this is not a good thing for us. And the real problem is not that this may be a beautiful thing for the city today. 15 years from now, that could be a Dairy Queen or whatever. The point is, you got no control over that later if you change it. And I would be for if the applicant would like to make a contract with the city that says, this is all I will ever do, I'll never change the venue. And if I sell it, it goes back to single family residence. Other than that, I think it's a bad place for this to happen. It's a good concept, bad place. And as a man on the planning board, my job is to plan for the future for the citizens of Lake County, not for one citizen, but for all of the citizens that are going to be affected by this. You also are going to have a real traffic issue. That's one of the busiest intersections in the city. If you walk up there, you have to wait for the next car to go by before you can cross the street. You add ingress and egress to the property she's talking about. I mean, you're going to have cars backed up all over the place, up Lakeview, down Lakeview, everywhere. So that's why you have the petition that you have. And Any questions for me?
Thank you.
I know we have speakers that live right across the street.
The next speaker on this is Ted Williams.
Good evening. My name is Ted Williams. I live at 105 North Lakeview, directly across the street from the proposed piece of property. I think the rezoning of 104 North Lakeview Drive at the busy corner of Main Street in Lakeview is not in the best interest of the community for the following reasons. First, 104 North Lakeview is at the corner of one of the most heavily trafficked intersections in the city. Mornings and afternoons when parents are dropping off or picking up children at the school at Euclid Avenue, cars are backed up for a whole block. Adding commercial ingress and egress would add to this already congested area. Secondly, adding another commercial property to the historic neighborhood would devalue the homes in the area. Do we really want to devalue the residential tax base? Third, the proposal to rezone this corner property to a garden center or park-like setting would duplicate features already found 600 feet west in the Asa Gray Park on the corner of Main and Euclid. Fourth, if 104 is rezoned to commercial, it would set a precedent of letting commercial zoning creep into the historic district residential area. Lake Helen already has many blocks to the south on Lakeview, south of Main Street, for commercial purposes. Let's keep commercialism there. If 104 is rezoned to commercial, cars would be backing onto a heavily trafficked street and create possible accidents. And lastly, as Joe pointed out, once a property is zoned commercial, it is then available for nearly any type of future commercial venture, such as a gas station, a convenience store, fast food, dry cleaners, and the list is endless. Don't be fooled into thinking that a garden center will remain a garden center. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Marianne Williams.
I am Marianne Williams. I reside at 105 North Lakeview. And Melissa, that was a beautiful presentation. I love the idea. My husband asked me to cut on exactly what I was going to say, and I'm going to deviate from that. But I think it's a wonderful idea, just not bigger. And 3 years ago, Ted and I took the historic bus tour out of DeLand. And he had always talked about Lake Helen. Part of that tour was Lake Helen. And as we rode down Main Street, I saw the I saw the areas where the churches were, I saw the park, and I thought, this is just the best of Mayberry. And I know we can't stay in Mayberry forever. I know that we need some other things in our city. And I so like what Melissa is proposing. Ted and I had tried to buy that lot across the street from us, and our plan was to keep it vacant for a couple reasons. One, so that we had use of the citizens, and secondly, so that when you came down Main Street and had to turn onto Lakeview, that you had clear vision. And also, we saw too that the sand cranes were being killed on our road in front of the house and just left for dead. And as you know, none of us would like that. I think it's a wonderful idea. I'd like to see it closer to the other businesses that are proposed are already there, so it helps build their business. It would be directly across the street from me, and so therefore any coming and going there would greatly affect my property, of course. But one of the things that Ted and I considered when we bought that house was it was protected in the historic district. And we have loved the history of the house and the people that tell us stories about their being married there or whatever has happened in their life there. I love Melissa's idea. I just think that it's absolutely the wrong place for it. Not just because I live across the street, but because I don't think in the end it'd be right for the community.
The other is a letter from Venezuela, and says to read during the 90 to council members. I have lived in Lake Helen for 14 years and have loved it. I have supported this town in many ways and continue to believe the best for our city. My concern over the request to change the zoning on North 4 North Lakeview Drive is for obvious reasons. We have a comprehensive plan in place, and the city is showing commercial growth on the south side of Lakeview Drive and Main Street. The only reasonable use for this property is, again, residential. Noting that this part of town is some of the nicest residential properties we have. The reason people like living on the lake is the serenity it provides and beauty of Lake Helen and the lack of the commercial business. Commercial properties belong in commercial areas. The cities that choose to mix and match end up with a hodgepodge community. Just look at a little further south. Please do not forsake the people that have put their lives into a residential historical area and make what I believe would be a terrible mistake to rezone this property other than how it is so now. Thank you for consideration, Ms. Mayor, Vincent Petrie. Anybody else wishes? I'd like to get an input myself. I'd like to say something, or did you? Go ahead. No,
I thought you were waiting.
I'd like to give my input too.
Go ahead, please.
So I believe it's a beautiful presentation, and the hardest thing to do is to remove the person that you like and just see the issue for what really is. I'm thinking about, what if I was that neighbor? And what if I was living there and I came into this community because the expectation, who's playing music, ready to dance? Thank you. We came into the expectation that we come into a community and you see residential homes. If you move into a neighborhood that has commercial business, then you have that expectation of noise and traffic and all these other things. We had something very similar with, I think, the noise issue that we had up on Summit. And if we can catch this early, if we are trying to protect our community, if we're trying to listen to our citizens. And I don't want to say no to this project, but I have to think about, when you look at all the uses, I can't believe that 50 years, 60 years from now, someone will not say this is a great place for a small mom and pop gas station. You just don't know. When we go and look at all the things that could possibly go in after, for whatever reason they happen, that's an issue that we can't predict. Will Melissa Mom stay here forever? Will that place remain as a garden center when somebody else buys it? That's the concern that I have. And I think about if I were that neighbor next door, that I came in here hearing that story, the beautiful story, because I remember driving into Lake Helen, but it was at night. And I just love the stars, and I love how dark and beautiful Lake Helen and serene it is at night. And that first impression we get, and then we buy that house, wherever we chose to buy houses for the reason that we bought it. And then something happens and changes. Because we changed the zoning, because we got up today and we said, let's change the zoning, because there's a beautiful project, in which I love the project, and I love the presentation, and I love the person that presented it. But I also have to think long term, and that's the hard pill that we have to take as commissioners to make that decision, and make that call. And I know that we're only in the presentation phase, if there is a motion that wants. But
I'm glad you shared that. I also want to go back to the layout on what is for zoning and code. This is what you can find. We were talking about earlier is the DCD. This is why I want you all to look at this closely. So you have permanent principal uses and structures.
to review. From there we go to special expectations. Those need to come back to you all. What happened could not, for special expectations. Prohibited uses and structures. This is a really important one because this is a concern that was brought up here. Number one, any use that may be considered to cause objectionable noises, fumes, vibrations, dust, and odor. Daisy, you brought that up as a concern. That's prohibited uses and structures. That's what that's under. Number two, any use requiring outside storage not in compliance with the code, Article 4. Number three, any use requiring drive-through facilities. Number 4, pawn shops. This was brought up this evening. Convenience stores. This is another one that was brought up this evening. Fuel dispensing facilities. Other than public facilities owned by the city, tattoo and or body piercing establishments. Number 5, mobile homes. Number 6, adult gaming facilities. 7, pain management facilities. 8, adult uses. So once again, the concerns of rezoning in 15 years, for an example, that was given by Joe, is Dairy Queen. We've got to take a look at these closely. We've got to take a look at what the land, how large the land is. And as for planning board zone, being on the planning board, Joe, I'm sure you're on it for the right reasons. But it was 6-1 vote. So the other people are also on it for the right reasons. Ingress. Do you know that? Do you know that, or are you just hypothetically? That's just, so ingress and egress. There is one entrance and exit. There's not two, but I just want to make sure and cover that. If you take a look at that board that I passed around. Yeah, there's concern for the corner of the traffic of the intersection, but there was also a study done. Heavy traffic, there's also a study done. Prohibited uses and structures is one of the things that I think needs to be reviewed by all of you again. As for the historic protection, being part of the district, could you please back up to my one slide that actually has the structure on it? The structure on the bottom right-hand corner is patterned after framed vernacular. We have framed vernaculars currently already existing in our community. There's a simplicity to them, but there's also a beauty to them. It's more of a shotgun style. So there is consideration when you're taking a look at that historic district protection. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, and then we'll go ahead and bring it back to the commission. We have a still waiting to finish.
Anna Marie Blair, 643 South Summit. I've listened to everybody's complaints, even yours. But as a commission, you all sat up here, sold a piece of historic property, a piece of Melissa Park, to a builder for pennies upon the dollar. Didn't have any concern about that. That's a historic park. You all have coming into Lake Helen, looking like a subdivision. There's no beauty to that. And now you all have to consider giving the same building more of Melissa Park. I understand. It is the topic with this. She's trying to make something beautiful, peaceful. There's nothing peaceful about driving into Lake Helen looking at a subdivision. There's nothing peaceful when you have builders building on a historic park like Melissa Park. This is something beautiful and serene. And yet, as a commission and as a mayor, you were a little worried about a Dairy Queen. But there's nothing in Lake Helen for anybody. There's one gas station, one pizzeria. That's it. And that's okay. That's our gym. But when you think about that, you need to be thinking about the choices you all made. And what she's trying to do is something that's beautiful and peaceful and serene.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to speak for a minute. I've never been to one of these meetings.
So state your name and address and it's on this topic?
Yeah, Lynn Howard, I'm at 137 West Craig. And the reason I'm talking is because I thought that this was a really lovely idea for the community. And that it was really refreshing that a woman was going to start a small business in our community, which is very empowering. You know that research shows that when women have small businesses, the community usually prospers in the long term. So I just wanted to point that out too as a nice reason to consider long-term value. Also, I thought that somebody had said that it was possible to consider limited use so that if it was just a small business and it wasn't allowed to grow into something that would be commercial, that might also be beneficial. And I also want to say that I thought it was very refreshing to have a business or have that business district start in that area so that another house wasn't going to be there, because I feel like we're seeing a lot of houses. And so this was kind of, and then I was also hearing something that made me think, which was to have a little community garden business there would be disturbing, but they won't be allowed at night. And I thought that there was a proposal to have a wine bar, kind of a commercial building turned into that, but there are houses around that as well. So I thought there are businesses on that street already. So I thought, I don't think that this would necessarily be disturbing. So I thought that maybe we should consider a little more creative use of the land. And I thought it was a really nice idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner? Did you want to say the presentation, do research, or make a vote?
One minute, say that.
Yes, sir.
In my lifetime, I have seen a lot of areas change. And when my family moved out of Ohio, in the upper Cincinnati area, we moved out of an area that used to be a pasture and became a residential development. And it had dense housing in it. This dense housing was so bad, Victoria Park housing has open spaces compared to the dense housing I live in. So moving to Lake Helen after I met my wife was enjoyable. I love the country. I love the aspects. I've seen it change over the years. I've seen houses get burned down and business garages go into its place. The corner that's in question used to have a residential house until the hurricanes of 2004. The owner wasn't allowed to rebuild because the zoning changes on what was required to be there couldn't fit into the spot that he had. So somebody wants to develop a previously developed lot into something that's going to benefit the city and actually make it look good, fit into what the city has planned. I don't see a problem with it, especially with the appearances and everything that it has. So I make the motion as the city attorney suggested that the staff work on the land use and zoning with the owner to accomplish what they need.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Do we have any more on this topic? Okay, so.
Yeah, we do. I just want you to know.
We close the public.
can discuss.
I just want you to know that this, that you all have seen, right, is not anything accurate about this. It's just pictures. There's nothing here, in fact, the one picture that shows the building shows a actual building with a long runway. There is no building actually in the plan. So don't pay a lot of attention to this.
Thank you.
We are in the further discussion? Yeah, okay. This is the rezoning process, this is not the conceptual plan, therefore we do not have structural sites. And that's what this was, a presentation. And I understand that I've been here for a short period of time, but I do recall the fence, from the remnants of that house that was there on that property before. And from what I've understood through residents who've lived here a lot longer, that the house next to it, the, what is it, the orangey brown house, that house was, north, yeah, that house was, a business at one time. It was a store. And on the other side of this property, where Mr. Moore has his residence, that was also our post office. And that is a / business residence. And next to him, going on down south, is a resident, is also a business. That was a gas station. And then following on, the bank, and so on. So this is right there between two previously historically set businesses. One being a store, Melissa Mom's property that she is questioning, having brought up to us, bringing in a business. It is right there in the line. It's not further on down the line on, let's say the corner of Craig and Lakeview. It still has a consistency. And this might be the boost we need to see those businesses that we want in our downtown master plan start popping up and people see that there are options. Because right now, where we have our downtown master plan, from the corner of Water, we have residential. Every time a house becomes available or a lot, it comes back into residential. And we're not seeing that opportunity for that residential business, with the exception of Mr. Moyer's property that recently came in. And that's all I have to say.
Melissa, I think you're a visionary, but I did not realize the level of lack of support, if you will, from the community. There's what I would prefer to see tonight, rather than a vote for 3-2 for or 3-2 against. I would just assume see this postponed until next month, until I can get an opportunity to talk to some of these people that have signed this petition, so I can see a little more of a vision of exactly what you want to do, so I can see exactly what's there, and find out for myself what can go there and what cannot. The size of the piece of property will dictate in many ways what commercial things cannot go there.
Exactly.
So rather than just conjecture or people's thoughts or this, that, I want to find out for myself what it all is. I don't think it's fair to people who are opposed to this for me not to do that, as Jim said, due diligence. I'm saying okay. I want to support this because I'm a big fan of beauty, and anytime that I can bring it into my community, I want to. So when this, I'm going to vote no against this at this time, because I want us together as a community going forward, and I want to see more, and I want to talk to people, because I fear that if we say yes to this and go forward and give you, and you don't have the support of the community and your neighbors, okay, it's going to be difficult for you. And when you don't have support, businesses tend to fail. And so, and I don't want you to fail. So, when I vote no to this, that's the reason why, because I would prefer that the motion be withdrawn, not vote on it tonight, postpone it until we can do a little more work and you can bring us a little bit more concrete idea of what it is, and I can find out for sure what can go there and what can't. If you would allow me that opportunity, I would appreciate it.
I do, I think it's important that each of you, instead of being driven by fear of the vision of others and what can go there, to actually do your report and know exactly what can go there. I do have a question on, you talk, is there something that you're referencing to with support? Is there anything that I need to be aware of or anything?
No.
Besides just the people that talk tonight?
Yes. What I've heard tonight, and I try to listen, and I try to be open to everything. And what I saw was what I saw in the packet. What I did not see are petitions of people. I didn't hear the voice outside, and I have not investigated into what exactly can go there and what can't. If I can start checking off,
right,
this can't go there, this can't go there, this can't go there, then I can sit here and defend something from an educated perspective.
Right,
And I can't do that for you.
right. So the question I have, I heard behind me the word petition.
Can you please stay the conversation with us?
Hang on. Ms. Vaughn, I'm not being driven by fear at all.
I was in reference to the community.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. And I'm not struggling with the use whatsoever. I think the use is, as Ms. Blair said, serene, beautiful, caring. All those attributes apply. My struggle is the designation, future designation. It's not it. And so, that's my struggle. And it is indeed struggle because I respect you. I respect your vision. I respect your place and how you see your place in this community. And so it's a definite struggle for me. And I'm reticent until I start doing some more discovery myself too. And I applaud Commissioner Basso for bringing that opportunity out here. I too was going to vote no on the comp plan change because I'm not comfortable with it yet. And I'm not comfortable it's not that I'm not comfortable with the use of this month, not at all. I want that to be clear. What I'm comfortable with is the attribution that we would create in that very small 0.38 piece of property, and how that attribution then would morph into something of unintended consequences down the road. I know you don't have any opportunity for transitional zoning there, much like we have up there on the Sun, much like we have on parts of Main Street. There's no transitional zoning. If you were to build a home and sell a home, would you have the opportunity to transit that into a commercial area? That opportunity doesn't exist there. I get that. And so I'm gonna be clear and side with Commissioner Basso, and of course I can't speak for the other three commissioners, but I would enjoy a little bit of time in which to have a few more conversations.
And that's why it's vital, just to look at the 280 DCD, but also to take a look at what I'm talking about, code and ordinances. Because you'll have things that are located in principal use and structures, but then you've got to see how those would actually comply with your other ordinances.
I understand.
I
did my homework before I got here.
If it's okay, if we'll just take the conversation here.
No, I actually heard. Is there a petition?
Yes, it's the board to be asking if it could be included into the records, so you'll get a copy of it.
Could I see,
After the meeting, she'll include it into the minutes.
is the question just for you, is the zoning that was on there referenced in that, is it the zoning that I'm asking for?
DCD, yes, ma'am.
It is DCD? Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Throw out some questions. Whatever, the concerns are legitimate. There was something I was going to say about the CBC zoning and that there's a broad range of permitted uses. And you got to be very careful when you rezone something that someone comes in and tells you this is what I plan to do. Well, there's nothing, we can't hold them to that. They're allowed to do whatever permitted use there is. That's part of the reason you have something called a plan development. And we do have plan development zone. Now, typically you think of a planned development as a much larger piece of property, the auto mall, for example. Our planned development, I was reading it, does allow for, it looks for 5 to 10 acre parcels, but you can go smaller. The commission has the authority to go smaller. That may be something that would be something to consider for this piece of property. You have a small piece of property apparently on a corner. The parking, the ingress, egress, the broad range of uses are all concerns, and the planned development lays it out as part of the zoning. You know, that when we did the auto mall, that's a much bigger picture. We're doing a smaller picture here, but it's laid out. So when you prove it, you'll know what it's going to look like. And secondly, we can tailor down the uses to much less than what's in the CDC or the CDC or DC, whatever.
DCD.
ECD, whatever that is. That zoning, we can narrow it down.
Downtown Commercial District.
We can narrow this down to far fewer uses, just the uses she wants. And it might be a way to kind of address this.
Find common ground.
A little more tailored,
What's that?
a little more tailored.
Well, the problem with your, what I'm gonna refer to as your traditional straight zoning is, once you put the zoning there, as long as what the person comes in proposes meets our development requirements, they're allowed to do it. You know, the use, the setbacks, all that stuff, they're allowed to do. And on that small piece of property, they may not be able to meet all of our development requirements. And so we can address that with a PB. We can say, okay, we're gonna give you a little bit less parking, or you can get a little closer to the setback as opposed to going through the variance process. We address that in the PB. She will have to do more work up front. It's not more work than she will have to do overall. But normally when you just rezone, you just come in and you get your rezoning, and then you do your site development work down the road. To do a PD, you gotta do some of your site development work at the zoning stage. So there's more work for her to do up front, but a lot of the concerns, honestly, just about every concern I've heard, we could probably try to address through a PD.
But what about the concern of addressing a PD on 0.38 acres going forward? Another year from now, what, do we set a precedent by using that strategy of a PD on 0.38 acres?
What it says is a lesser minimum area.
I understand, yeah,
By the
I get
commission.
it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If the intent and purpose of the PD district and express municipal development policy would be served in such case. I guess my response would be, so what?
Well, that's a
Why
concern for me,
is
so
PD
what's
bad?
the big concern for me?
Yeah, well, is a PD a bad precedent? All a PD is that we are going to establish a development code for each parcel of property. And we're gonna try to tailor it for that parcel of property if they can't meet, to help address our concerns, their concerns. It's just something that, it's a very popular way of developing land these days. I agree, you don't typically see that on a small parcel of property. It's usually larger parcels, but really you have more development constraints on small parcels than you do big ones.
I agree with
And
that.
so it just might be something that staff can talk with the applicant about and let them know this is what you'd have to submit and see if that would be something that can help address a lot of these concerns.
Would that not put us in the place where we want to be as far as seeing more of that conceptual design?
Oh, you see
To
a lot
that
of
point, so this process is pretty much what we were asking for to have come forward.
And it's the legal way to do it, because with the downtown commercial development district zoning, you can't contractually get into saying, well, you're gonna only do these uses, or you're gonna make these structures look this way. We have codes. She's allowed to comply, develop pursuant to our code, period.
And then,
Plan development allows us to amend those codes just for this parcel property.
and then, in the meantime, we can do our homework and we'll have all the XYZs laid out in front of us for more questions.
Yeah, if you draw your motion, one of the things that I would request is that staff come in and look at what can possibly be done there. Okay, because one of the things I know when we talk about okay, you can build this because it's owned for it. Yeah, but if you look into the, how many square feet of parking that you need, and how many square feet the building must be, and et cetera, all of a sudden you find out, well, that eliminates that from the list. So what I'd like staff to do, would be to go in and look at it currently under what we're talking about here, and what is available, and see if we need to go from, to where Scott's talking about. I just feel like to rush judgment tonight would be a mistake.
I have a question and adding to that, because I don't know, how does this work then? You're changing the zone, but for this particular property owner, for this project, you're doing a planned development zone. Planned development, correct?
Right, you would
So
be
now I have a
rezoning.
question. If that planned development doesn't commit that property to a future owner, so let's say,
You still have to go through and change your comprehensive
right, but I'm just saying, so let's say that this goes through and it's changed, and now that we decide to, let's go through this with a planned development. 25 years later, property owner leaves, somebody else comes in. Is this planned development perpetual, or is it?
Yes.
It's permanent.
That, in other words, in order for them to come in
Continue to do more research.
and to do one of these other things that many of the homeowners in this community are concerned about, and I understand their concerns, that he would have, he, the new owner of the property 25 years from now, would have to come back into council and just say, okay, I want to go back to commercial because I want to do this. Okay, and then it will be on somebody else's shoulders to decide that's what the community wants to do.
Yeah.
Clearly, to me, there's enough people in this community that don't want this, and there's a bunch of people that do. So I want to eliminate as much as I can, so I'm dealing with just facts.
Yeah.
And how can we get this to a place where we can appease the majority of people? Because I'm a huge fan of most of us wanting to go in the same direction for the good of the community.
I'm thinking also that trying to understand how that's going to be also with that planned development and the vision of what that residential property meant at that corner. I don't know what was allowed in the past. I don't know, I didn't know that that was, the property north of it was a store. I clearly look at the zoning and I believe it says it's residential, north of Main Street on Lakeview. And a residential property will have probably like 3 cars going in and out. And that is an issue that we do have to kind of research and look at. That intersection, it's not going to get any lighter.
No.
So,
One thing I would tell
but,
you
so,
is that
yes.
if you're going through, it's real easy to adopt a plan. To sit there and look at pictures and these drawings. It's real hard to implement the plans. Because when you get down to this, you have a plan that was approved that contemplated commercials, I understand the presentation. Now we're implementing that plan. And all of a sudden, now the public comes out, what about this and what about that? And it's just hard. That is part of the natural growing phase of implementing a plan. That's why a lot of plans don't get implemented, because they look good on paper, and then when you try to actually go forward and put it in the ground, the resistance comes. And that resistance wasn't there when you were drafting the plan, but it comes when, this is when people come and start telling you what they think, more so than when you were doing that plan. I was at some of those meetings. So you didn't have this kind of turnout at those meetings.
So we do have a motion. Are you going to take it or retract or?
Roger, Commissioner Ecker put that motion on the table. I seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to let you know.
So we'll go ahead and move forward.
And my interpretation of that motion would be broad enough that staff could work with the applicant to look at a plan development. It's to go forward with land use and zoning for the applicant's request. So that's not specifically just come back with the zoning she requested. It would give staff the ability to see if there's a way to come back with something different that addressed a lot of concerns we heard tonight.
I can modify my motion to include the plan development aspect into the zoning.
Yes.
We're still gonna vote. So we're still gonna vote on this.
He doesn't want to retract, he wants to move
No,
forward,
vote.
he just amended it.
Amended.
Vernon is. But
Okay, can you just state your name and?
Vernon Burton, 690 West Ohio Avenue. Just for historical context, there was a piece of property over in Lake Helen that was named Daycare Drive. And at the time they proposed it as a residential area, and the need for a daycare was apparent. So the commission allowed for the transition to this to be a daycare. But there was a covenant that was attached to it, that if the building property was ever changed in ownership, it would revert back to what it originally was. And you were mentioning something about how could it change. There could be a provision in it that could lock the building or the entity into what it says it's going to do. And if it changed, then it would not necessarily open the door to anything else to come into its place. Now, there's some information that I'm not privy to, or you would update me on that, Scott.
I would probably say that's illegal. Usually very effective things are, but that's because to rezone property, you have to go through a process.
Well, the reason I brought it up is because the individual that wanted to buy the property wanted to put something on it that would have been considered commercial. But when he got into, his lawyers got into the covenant of it and said that, well, if it goes back to, if it changes hands, it goes back to residential. It can no longer be used as commercial.
Yeah, I don't think
That's Daycare Drive in,
I'm not sure that would be upheld, but I think, we're going that route, I would rather go the plan development route, and as opposed to that.
Okay, so, it's clear to move on with the vote? Further discussion, or ready for the vote? But the motion is pretty vague here, I drafted something that I can't understand it very much. To approve.
amendment was to add the.
Yeah, let me rewrite my scribble here. So I have here to approve the ordinance on first reading, but here then it says, to approve the land and zoning with the land development aspect.
So the amendment was to, add the plan development aspect to the zoning. The original motion was for the staff to work on the land use and zoning changes conflict with the owner.
With the direction to develop the planned unit development as opposed to rezoning.
That's. So, Dominique, do you have that language? Okay, so there is a motion by Commissioner Eckert and a second by Commissioner Frasca. As written down by our staff to work on the land use, comprehensive plan with the owner, and plan development. So let's go by zone 1? Yes. Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
No.
Zone 4?
No.
And I say no.
So now I'm moving again.
Well, in fact, it's an interesting question, because this is a unique thing I was thinking about here. The applicant has a right to submit something. And they pay the application fee, we gotta go through the process and then bring it back to you. The applicant may sense that there is a majority of this board that does not support our concept. Even in a plan development style, where we get investor concerns.
Well, that's not
No,
that's not actually accurate. The reason I voted no for this clarification was because I would like to speak to the people that signed the application and for what their reasons were.
And you'll have time to do that by the time it gets back to you for an actual vote.
Right, but their perception, and we vote yes to that now.
Yeah, I'd rather have that discussion without a.
I believe their perception is that we're in a process of going forward with this. And I want everybody's perception right tonight when we walk away from here is that, look, this needs more investigation, this needs more, due diligence, for lack of a better word. And then I'd like to revisit it again.
And I wanted to check with
Well,
Melissa.
I guess-
One second. Didn't Melissa also said that she was not rushing? Melissa, didn't you say that you were not rushing for this? I just wanted to make sure.
And actually comes up here, and that's exactly why I voted for it. Same reason, so that way we can get all the documentation and we can start the process of researching.
I
So,
hear what you're saying.
same thing,
And I-
same in whole.
I know with the PD, it's gonna put the onus of responsibility on Melissa to bring everything forward for us to take a look at.
But we are asking her to do that.
Right, and so that portion of it, I'm fine with. The portion that I'm not fine with is the fact that I would really like an opportunity to talk to the people in the community, because I personally believe that all of these people that live around her that don't want to do something, it's not a business plan, okay? And so I want to get a feel and a sense of that.
Well, then, it would be up to her, to decide whether she wants to continue to pursue this with the concept of a PD or not, based on the comments here. She has a right to pursue it. And we would take it to the planning board along with the comp plan and bring it back. I wouldn't, this was a unique thing, what we just did here. And I don't want to table it, I don't want to come back, because you're just continuing a unique thing. It's not, it was unique just because it was pulled off the agenda at the last minute, she was going here to do a presentation. But I think she just needs to decide, based on the conversation she heard, whether or not she wants to continue to pursue something, even in a PP format, to try to address the concerns, because she really can't do it in the zoning she's asked for. The zoning that she's asked for has a long list of permitted uses, that we can't come in and curtail that. So she'll just have to see if she wants to pursue the PV process. That's the best way I can think of to address these concerns. If she does, she amends her application, we go back through the process, and we have a comp plan change.
I appreciate you bringing that up. And I think that was an idea that maybe she did not know and I did not know. So, Chief Rick, I just wanted to make sure that, you have the time. I mean, does this affect your timeline? Because we want to do our due diligence.
And I think that's apparent tonight, with your concern that you brought up with the noise factor. I think that it would be a great idea for you, Mayor Daisy, to go back and look at under the DCD.
Well, that's exactly what I think.
Yes, so I think that's really important, because even though there may be a petition, it gives you all the opportunity to talk to people from an educated perspective. I talked to one of the neighbors to share my presentation with them, and she felt she was misled, and she didn't realize who it was until the very end of the conversation when she said, "Who bought the land?" And the woman shared it with her, and she said, "Melissa would never do that." And the words that were shared from the woman were not correct. So I think it's important that when you talk to your community, that you are there with the information that is clear information. What can actually be placed in it? Yes, there is a list, and it is pretty long, but there's also another section where you need to reference with that 0.38 acres. And that, I believe, will dampen the amber of the fire that started with those signatures.
And thank you for a beautiful presentation and for allowing this dialogue for all of us to look at different options as well. Thank you.
And thank you, community, for coming out. I know some of you may not be crazy about it, but I hope that you have a deeper understanding tonight. And this is for audio as well as all of you here. Please come by. I live at 316 North Lakeview Drive. Let's have a conversation. Let's sit down and let's have some tea, and I can answer your questions and we can communicate effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And before we go into the quasi-judicial and our next part of our meeting, if it's okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We'll be back at 5 to the hour.
Yeah.
You had like the same.
Let's get everyone. Okay, let's get started. So, we'll get started now. Okay, thank you, Bill. We're now moving into the final judicial hearing. Our staff requests the city commission to execute the attached certificate of appropriateness for each application. All parties should be given the opportunity to present their documents and exhibits, and they're given the opportunity to cross-examine. The applicant will be responsible for recording the executed certificate of appropriateness with the Volusia County Clerk. So the first one that we have up here is the certificate of appropriateness for the item fence at the residence of 126 East Washington Avenue. And the Historic Preservation Board recommended to approve as submitted with the clarification to adhere to City Code LDC. Height of fence is 4 feet from street to house, transitioning from the 4 foot to the 6 foot fence as the existing wood fence. And that's what we have, Commissioner.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Well, we want to Rick, you're gonna wait for Rick, Mayor?
Keep rolling, we have a form.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer for me. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
And just make sure before we do ex parte, anybody on this?
No ex parte.
I don't have any.
I'll second that.
Anybody wish to discuss this any further? No? No brainer here? Let's go ahead and take a vote. There is a motion by Commissioner Vice Mayor Cronin with a second by Commissioner Frasca to approve the fence at residence 126 East Washington Avenue. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. The next one up is the certificate of appropriateness for a garage conversion to living area at the residence at 351 West Pennsylvania Avenue. Do we have any ex parte on this? The historic board recommended to approve as submitted with clarifications that foundation, shutters on windows, window on door trim details, etc. must match the existing home. Do we have any of the applicants here?
Mayor, make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the garage at 351 West Pennsylvania as submitted with the clarifications that the foundation, shutters on windows, window and door trim details to match the existing home.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Anybody wish to speak on this? If not, let's go ahead and vote. There is a motion by Commissioner Frasca and a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve the garage conversion to living area at the residence of 351 West Pennsylvania Avenue. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? None opposed, motion passes.
Sorry, boss.
Okay. So we're bringing it up to speed. We are now at item 10, next one is certificate of appropriate for the item, which is a separate garage at the residence at 311 West Park Street. Do we have ex parte on this?
None.
The motion recommended by the Historic Preservation Board to approve as conditions, all exterior trim details need to match the existing home, colonial E returns, garage doors, shutters on windows with shutter docks, window mullions, and exterior doors and exterior trim details, etc. must match the existing home.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the garage at 311 West Park Street with the conditions that all exterior trim details need to match the existing home. Colonial E returns, garage doors, shutters on windows, and shutter doors, window mullions, and exterior doors to match the existing home.
Do I have a second on this one?
Second.
Does anybody wish to discuss this from the public? Commissioners?
No, ma'am.
No further discussion. We have a motion by Commissioner Brasso, with a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve the certificate of appropriateness at the residence at 311 West Park Street. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. The next one is a certificate of appropriateness, and this is a modification to certificate of appropriateness for the new single-family residence at the residence of 327 West Delaware Avenue. And there is a note here, a motion to recommend to approve the conditions, landscaping must be approved by arborists, brackets to be modified in field, to be worked out in the field with area of faith for size and colors to be proportionate. Approve the as-built exterior patio door and color changes on front door and garage door. There is a note here that says a code enforcement has been started for violation of FBC. Ex parte?
No.
Okay. None yet.
Does this code enforcement, Ms. Faith, would you mind coming up?
Code enforcement would be a lead question.
Ma'am,
Code enforcement would be a lead question.
a lead question. I'm asking you if it affects if it affects this motion,
And Madam Mayor, the answer would be, if you approve it, the enforcement action will go away.
But it's not part of the approval.
No.
Code enforcement is separate, independent of your approval here.
I have a question. How many more houses are left in the woods right now? Do you know? That you're working on?
There are currently about 14 to 16 under construction.
So we're going
About 8 that are in permitting. And probably 12 more that are, in development stage. So that gives you hopefully an idea. Yeah.
So, Mr. Abbott, what's the code violation of our building code?
Occupying the building without a CO.
Occupying a building without a CO? It's kind of got some insurance issues there.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness modification for 327 West Delaware with the conditions that landscaping must be approved by arborists, brackets to be modified infield to be worked out in the field with area of faith for size and colors and to be proportionate to the and approved the as-built exterior patio door and color changes on the front door and garage.
We have a second.
Second.
Anybody wish to speak on this? If not, we do have a motion as read by Commissioner Kraska and a second by Commissioner Eckert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Hang on.
Anyone opposed?
I have a question of housekeeping now. So all four of these reports have been noted that no minutes have been received by you in time of the deadline for this report. So that's a housekeeping issue because,
I believe the person who was doing the minutes got COVID.
that would be the reason why. Thank you so much for sharing.
One question, was there anything, delayed in this process on this house, or did they have any problems, and that's why they needed to rush to move in?
They
Is
didn't
this project
follow, they didn't follow their original certificate of appropriateness, and they didn't ask for corrections until area went to inspect at the very end.
Yeah.
Oh, miscommunications.
Yeah.
And we, the next one up is the development order for site work at 711 Lemon Avenue. Do we have any ex parte?
No.
No. I don't know, last year I actually had a chance to meet with the applicant and drive around the property. Just have an idea where it was going to be laid out. So that's a year ago.
I was gonna say, how long are we on that? So, I mean, I remember speaking to him and quite some time ago, saying, hey, we're gonna be doing something out there. I don't think that's the same thing, right?
So I'll turn this over to the city administrator for a little background, and we do have the applicant here.
The applicants, the applicants are here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did you want to add anything, or do we wish to speak to the applicants or commissioners? Do you have time for review?
No, it made it clear to me that the violations go away if this is approved, so.
And are we talking about the 327?
We're done. We're done with
I
that.
still got the same picture.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, that's one way to get a change.
Killing me, that's so you're just killing me over here.
Are we gonna do the?
So do you have any questions? Because we could have the applicant come up to the podium if you have any questions.
The only thing I'd pass on to may be relevant to the fact that there were no objections, and in fact, several people were in support of the application. Essentially, it's an expansion of the present villas, and they have a proven product, well received by the community, and asset to the community. And if anything, from what I have talked to them, they actually want to improve the product, and this will allow them to do it. So this is almost, I hate to use the expression, almost a no-brainer.
Yeah, for me, this is a vision that the Tiptons have had, well before the fruition of the site development plan, you guys. Your dad thought about all this way on down the road. And so, I'm really proud, that the Tiptons have been such an integral part of the community here, and there's been some tough things we've had to deal with a couple of times, but we've all managed to move on with that and still remain a great citizen and a great community city partner with this. It's almost like our little economic engine, so to speak, on that part of town. How many units? I didn't get. It's very tough for me to read this, by the way. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it is really tough to read. I mean, I can't. So anyway, how many units?
It's about 60.
About 60.
I like the vision design from the grid to a more softer design, and I like the fact that you've allowed for green spaces in your community there.
Do you have any projected idea of timeframe of when, it can also, I'm curious about that right now.
State your name.
Thank you.
Kent Tipcom, 711 Lemon Avenue, Lake Helen. When you say timeframe to start or timeframe to finish?
Start construction and how long, projected on when your first resident will move in?
Government approvals, probably 6 months to 8 months to begin. And then when we did the main part of the villa, like 10 per year, so we're probably 6 years out before finishing.
Have you started marketing the lots already?
We have a deposit, or one lot is reserved, and I think there's another one incubating right now.
Incubating?
Yeah.
Curious, John.
Oh, I don't know if we're allowed to, and I don't want to take up too much time, but we're 18 weeks pregnant.
Isn't that just the way you wanted this to be announced? Kent, you are just amazing individual.
Congratulations.
He knows how to get the light off.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Okay, Commissioners, we're gonna have a motion here.
Let's figure it out now.
Whatever.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the pregnancy.
Keep going over that bar, that's the only baby you're gonna have.
First time I've had the last.
Are we making a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the development work for site work at 711 Lemon Avenue.
I'll second that. Anybody else wishes to make comments on this in the community? If not, Commissioners, we're going to go for a vote to approve the development order for site work at 711 Lemon Avenue. Motion by Vice Mayor Connell and second by Commissioner Fresco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No one opposed, the motion passes.
Quick question, Dominique, from Kent. Could you email, one of y'all email me the files for this, please? Has nothing to do with government. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the next area, which is the Commissioner report by zone. So let's go ahead and start by zone 1.
Oh, yes, hi. So I'd like to go ahead and say thank you to everyone for the sympathy cards, for those from grandmother, and also the overwhelming support and encouragement to get well soon over these past 6 months battling COVID. So thank you. Also, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate our Lake County Police Department. Some of you guys might have seen in the news, there was an incident on the August 24th, where I guess you could, yeah, you might be able to explain it way better than me just giving a nutshell.
Chief Mullins Police Department, we're gonna make a bigger deal of this, probably the next commission meeting, but, it is an opportunity to recognize the, police officers. Officer Rushworth, Joseph Rushworth, a lot of you probably know Joey. He had a car run from him, simple thing, middle of the night, you have to go speed by, doesn't stop. That vehicle ended up crashing into a fence. The driver of that vehicle was arrested. There were several occupants of that vehicle at the time. Joey called me, it's probably like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning that's happening. He felt there was something wrong with the passenger. His intuition was there. I can't go into discussion about it right now because it's still an open investigation. But he felt there was something wrong with the passenger, and this passenger claimed to have medical problems and wanted to get problems. So we had an arrest. You got arrested to go to the hospital with somebody, but he used his intuition. And he ended up going to the hospital with that individual that I want to get his name. So, Officer Rushworth had a county come by with the last ID, and the guy was a murder suspect. I know what happened. So it just goes to show that these little things that happen in Lake Helen, but Officer Rushworth deserves some appreciation.
And I just want to say that your leadership shines through the department and reflects on your officers.
I appreciate that.
So thank you so much for that, and I hope that we can recognize Officer Rushworth and Chief Mullins for their recognize them for their bravery and award them with a medal and a certificate, hopefully in our next month meeting in October. Let you guys think about that. Also, Virginia Drive, Zone 1 has eagerly been awaiting Virginia Drive roadway and drainage improvements. Originally, it was scheduled for 2019 to 2020, but thanks to our administration, we're able to get the status project back in action for 21-22, and the project is set to begin next week. We're pending a time schedule, a timeline on the project, and hopefully door tags to go out to those residents in the Triple S subdivision, before next week sometime. TNR update, we did get a signed contract from New Hope, which is the no-kill shelter. And that one is in our hands now. So we are gonna be on track with that. And we have, the contract is over with the county for Volusia County Animal Services to begin that process. Hopefully it'll be on their consent agenda with the county in October. Stress Buster, Lake Helen Stress Buster 5K. It is up on the website, still looking for people to join. It is still early registration, and early registration is now until November 1st for $20 for registrants, and students 17 and under is $15. As of November 2nd, it will go up $5 in $5 increments until the pit and race day. So if you haven't had a chance, the sign-ups link is on our website. And hopefully we'll have everyone sign up, and if they have any questions, just let us know, and if anybody wants to sponsor, let city staff know also. Then, so there's an item that I'd like to bring up, and I gave a packet. I printed out an email. Some of them, I don't hit reply all, so you wouldn't see the email as it goes. But we have an issue with our security cameras. And this was something that came up to our attention in July, when we were told that J&J Security had gotten passwords from Olson Technologies, and the cameras in the parks are operational and recording. Still one problem, having to do so the amount of storage capacity being used, and these should be fixed in days. They're now working on the next step, which is having all cameras interconnected into one system and available. And this is from Lisa. So it's myself and the 3 department heads, Rick, Chief, me. Via our computers, cell phones, presently we have 3 separate systems: City Hall, Wells, PD, and Lake Park. So I had asked a question in regards to that, because Olson Technology has not been a vendor of ours at this point since, I want to say, October of 2020. And if I'm incorrect, please correct me. And this is now July. So I said, thank you for the update. This result is long overdue. I am appalled that this was not handled immediately, and Olson Technology was not compliant with the several requests in the past, nor charged with obstruction of municipal security. I hope we have protocols now in place so in the future, one person or vendor cannot hold our security hostage. Have we changed the password so neither the vendor nor previous account holders and my question to Scott at that point, which I apologize, I did not include Scott in that email, so I ended up having to send it later, was, is this a violation of Homeland Security since the former vendor, Olson Technology, did not surrender access to our cameras, including our wells? I was then notified on July 28th that this would require some research, which either we or the commission would have to authorize. However, the concern with researching the issue is that he wouldn't be I'm saying it in first person, I would not be surprised if the city was in violation of the law to allow one person to have the ability to prevent the city from accessing its passwords. But I would be glad to research that question if authorized. And then on the 30th, We got an email from Lee. One question I do not believe anyone has asked is, when did we ask Olson Technology for the password? When did we initially when we initially wanted to get all the cameras working, we asked everyone internally, including Lauren, David White, our IT person before Vic served, and all professed not to know. Only after J&J got into the security system of the cameras did they learn that Olson Tech locked the passwords. J&J called Olson and they released the password, which has now been changed and access granted for four individuals, the chief, Dominique, Rick, Dominique, and me. The well cameras are in the process of being combined with other camera systems, and Rick has the passwords to those cameras. That was on the 30th. I apologize, I missed just a little one. So, on Tuesday, I was in City Hall, and I was discussing our agenda packet with Lee, and Ricky had came in, and the discussion was about passwords. And Lee had asked the passwords all over, or sent over. So I'm following up on this discussion. This is directed to Lee for myself. Following up on our discussion Tuesday regarding the passwords for the cameras at Public Works, including the wells. I was under the impression from your email on July 30th that Rick Mullen had possession of the password and J&J Security gained access to all camera passwords, especially the wells, after our request. So when it was mentioned on Tuesday by Rick Mullen that J&J Security did not have the passwords and Olson Technology does, and they are the only one who has them, I'm sure you understand my confusion on why do they have access to these cameras. Why was this not changed? Why do a former contractor and or a former employee who are not under any contract with the city have access to critical security monitoring? Why was this not turned over with the previous request? And finally, why are we just discovering this now and only upon the departure of Public Works Director Ricky Mullen? I have asked for this topic to be added to the agenda on July 29th after the city attorney Scott Simpson followed up an email on July 28th, which stated, and that's just the email I wrote before. As of now, today we got an email indicating that to lead to J&J Security, that the cameras, please incorporate cameras to the well house and water plant into the system. Previously put together, for some reason they weren't held out of Olson Technologies, and other passwords were assisted in this transition. I'm done with that. Do you wonder why I read it? Or is it pretty much self-explanatory on the concern?
You read it to us, I think we may have, I'm speaking for myself, I would appreciate just a condensed version of.
I didn't want to be accused of picking and choosing out what to present to the citizens.
Is this being already taken care of?
I consider, yes. Obviously, it should have been handled by J&J, but you know, for some reason, the camera systems in the city were separate issues and separate systems. Police department had their own, city hall had their own, public works had their own, the wells had their own. But we've been attempting ever since we realized the diverse nature of those things, put them all together under J&J and have access available only to 4 people. And we've done that now, except for the wells, and they'll be doing that starting today. So, yeah, have we completed the process? No. Should we have completed it? Yes. Will we complete it soon? Yes.
Yes.
That's just another problem that the city has, the fact that water department has its own little thing going on, police department has its own little thing going on, city hall has its own little thing going on. Nobody knows what anybody else is doing. All of that should have been done under one contractor, and it should have all been done at the same time, and everybody would have had everything that they needed to have.
I believe we're there now.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to see, and Lee is doing a good job moving everything forward. But we're not gonna just keep forgetting about what has happened in the past. At least I'm not. I'm digging into all of this, and I'm bringing this all out to the public, I can assure you that.
So my question here was, why wasn't it surrendered? Why would it be, why would a former vendor who we don't have a contract with have access to our security information with our cameras?
I'll never be able to understand that one myself, basically. There, as you know, when Olson, left the employment of the city, Matt Lauren, the husband, he was under contract. Everything in my understanding was transferred to David White. So naturally, it went to David White, and he had no idea what the passwords were. Talked to Lauren, she had no idea. Never thought of asking her husband, because technically all of a sudden already transferred it to David. So it wasn't until Big Sur came in that never had the help of Big Sur until they came in, and they were able then to get with J&J, and J&J simply called. When they got into the system, they realized it was clearly spelled out that passwords were locked by Olson Technology. So it was a simple phone call to Olson Technology, and they released the passwords, and that was the end of it. But why it had to be that complicated, I'll never understand. It was just.
But we're here now, we're correct?
I think it was, the way it was described was very accurate. There were little fiefdoms, and there's actually no reason for it. But now we've eliminated the fiefdoms, and it's under one central direction and management. And that's what it should have always been in the first place.
Well, thank you,
So now-
thank you for bringing us, thank you for bringing it to our attention.
So passwords have been surrendered and changed?
Well, they will be when J&J is done already, but, they were instructed today to start the process. I don't know if they actually call them, I don't know. But it'll be in a matter of days,
And it still leads to the question, have we violated any laws? Scott, I know you needed direction from either Lee or the commission to look into that, but from what you said, wouldn't be surprised if it was
No, my point really of that is be careful what you report, because you might find that it was really the city that violated the law, but not the contractor.
Well, whether,
Because it's our security system, so the law would say we have to do, if the law says that, it would be we have to maintain our security system a certain way. And if we didn't do it, then it would be the city who would be in violation of the law. It may not be the contractor per se.
but that shouldn't stop us. We should still make sure that if we know that something could be wrong, that we rectify it and go over the legal compliance.
You may rectify it, but not know that you violated the law. Maybe you don't want to know that you violated the law.
I would like to know if I'm violating the law.
But I don't know the Homeland Security law, so then you get into computer technology, all those issues with computers, Homeland Security. I don't know how much time it would take to research all that. So you know, we're going to say what is it.
Any additional for your reports?
As long as this is rectified and we don't longer have any vendors that are no longer under contract accessing or keeping us from accessing our cameras or any of our security. I mean, it's not something you just want to have out there broadcasting anywhere, especially if it's a person who no longer has a contract with the city and they're not held to an agreement of any standard. So I have a problem with that, and I just want to, I do have a problem with this, that it's taken this long. There should have been no reason why it wasn't all given over the first time or the second time. I don't know how many times you asked, but I know just with this email,
This was back and forth.
But I think for the record, we're good, correct, Mr. City Administrator?
Not good yet.
Well,
No, we're not
You just
good.
said no, we
Yeah.
can't.
One of the difficulties with, the operations that I walked into was that very little was written down. It was all word of mouth, it was all handshake, it was all agreements, they were all well intended and operational, but it's hard to get rid of something or somebody if you don't have anything to get rid of. It was, when that transition took place between technology and David White, there was no evidence of what had been transferred or not transferred, where the status of all those passwords were. I mean, we're still looking for some passwords, to tell you the truth. There's certain things we need access to. We don't use it very often, obviously, because we haven't got the problem yet, but the security of what we do in the IT world is very good because we can get into our own stuff.
Somebody else is in there.
You know, we're working on all of that stuff. It's not that we're ignoring it. Yeah, should I have done it in July? Yeah, should have been maybe more diligent to pick up that last quadrant of cameras at the wells, but, you know, that now has been rectified. And
Do you have access
follow
to
up on
those cameras?
Pardon me?
Do you have access to those cameras?
To the wells?
Yeah.
I will, yeah. Quite frankly, I don't know what I'll do with that, because I don't know what the well.
Yeah, are we good on this topic? Okay, we have 30 minutes to, Commissioner Eckert.
I didn't get a chance to get around to visit too many people with being out sick and then being gone on vacation for a while. While I was gone, apparently, the Massey James Center started doing some renovations out there, so a lot of their activities and everything have been postponed until they get done with the renovations. Hopefully I'll get a chance to get out and find out exactly what they're doing. I'd like to commend the staff on everything that they've been doing, trying to get everything straightened out and reorganized and updated. They've handled a muddy mess that needed a lot of cleaning and straightening out. They've been working hard and trying to get it done and having to put up with a lot of rhetoric from us citizens and everybody else around. I could commend them for holding in there and working on that and getting that done. And for the other part, don't forget Saturday is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Don't forget to honor the people, put your flags at half-staff, and say a prayer for all those, including all those that have passed from working at Ground Zero since that time. They put in a lot of work down there and had a lot of medical issues that came because of it. So
The only thing is I'm curious if the city is interested in purchasing a satellite phone, so if any of the commissioners or employees or someplace in the world that doesn't have cell reception, and they need to be communicating.
Oh, yeah, that's real funny on top of all of the security systems, this crap that's going on. Let's joke about that, so not being able to get on the phone.
Excuse me, please.
I really wasn't joking. I was serious.
I'm really serious.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep Roberto's schedule either. I'm gonna keep my time for tomorrow night. I've got some things I wanna talk about tomorrow night, but I'm not gonna do it now. Let's move on.
Okay, I will share with the commissioners that I have been in contact with our state representatives and senators to see if we can set up a meeting with Ms. Levitt, just to discuss future possibilities with projects that we have. Other than that, I think I'll reserve my other comments for the moment. The next thing that we have here is our city administrator's report. All yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the commission. First item under my portion of the report, the chief of police application closed, as you know, as of 4:30 this afternoon. And we have placed at your positions on the dais, 36 applications each. And my suggestion would be that you take them home, review them, and mark down your 10 top people, and then give those to me individually, so there's no allegation of open meeting violations. Let me go ahead and tabulate, who has the most, and you can then select from that list who you wish to interview. We do the tabulation and selections in October, we can do the interviews in November. And I think we'll be moving right along.
Did you give us this? The, things to look for in a police chief?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, I wasn't trying to limit you, but I thought I'd give you some idea of what you're looking for.
Well, I'll go ahead and say again, thanks again for packaging all these the way you have and being so patient with the commission. Dominique, you too. I still echo my earlier sentiments when we discussed this earlier, and that I'm not qualified to pick the top 10. I will mull and do my best to do so. After that top 10, then I'd like to have a discussion with the commission, of course, and all of that. But this is I've hired a lot of people. I've never hired a police chief, and I've never hired a city administrator. City administrative process went kind of wacko, but we got you, and that's great.
Okay.
All right, was that a sideways compliment?
So,
Yeah, it might have been, but you and I have had discussions also, so I mean, no disrespect, but you know that. But hiring a police chief gives me as much intimidation as it was hiring a city administrator. That's why I need help.
I think you'll have an interesting time in doing those. We've looked at them, and you'll have your work cut out for you, for sure.
Indeed. Thank you, sir.
The next thing I want to point out, and some of this was to be on the agenda in August, this had been before the activity, but, and I was going to ask permission to do this, but I didn't have the time to ask, and I'm telling you what I did, and hope you bless it. But I did prepare.
Oh, before you move on,
I'm sorry.
there was a suggested action here to make a motion. Anybody want to formulate that action to submit the city administrator?
I'll make a motion to receive and
Pardon?
submit to the city administrator each commissioner's top 10 candidates.
Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Do we have anyone wishing to discuss that?
I did.
Yes.
You really can?
The idea is if you give me 10, because people will be all over the board, I'm going to be able to give you, I think, 5 strong candidates.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the top 10, but I think we'll have 10 or 5 strong candidates.
That's a good explanation.
At least that's my expectation.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Frasta, but a second by Vice Mayor Fowler to receive and submit the city administrator each commissioner's top 10 candidates. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor, and sorry I got ahead. I have completed an application and given it to the state legislature. We have sent it to 2 representatives, one of which represents us, and one who volunteered to help us, and to Senator Wright, asking for a grant of $35,000 that we would then match with another $35,000 to re-roof this particular building. And this particular building, I trust you'll all agree, is a lovely building, but it needs a lot of loving and work. So the $35,000 total, 70 total, is from an estimate of a re-roofing company. They estimated about approximately $50,000. But if you do a re-roofing, you always have the extra sheets of plywood, because they don't know what it's going to be until they pull it off. So that's how I got to 70. I want you to know that. I did talk with an architect too, who gave me an estimate of what he thought a complete renovation. And by that, a complete historic preservation of this building would cost, and the number was staggering. I hesitate to even mention. And I only say it because this building will always be an item that we'll need to deal with in the budget. Nice building, historic, everybody has fond memories, but it's not going to be an easy building to maintain, but I'm assuming you all know that already. So, not to believe that. Anyway, so that's what I did. Okay, do you want to?
What was the number?
Was it more than 2 million?
Huh? 19.
$19 million? No wonder you hesitated to say that.
Yeah, well,
That's why those buildings been torn down.
I told you, I can't even put your name in that number, this application, I think I'm nuts.
Goodness gracious.
But you did pick a very specific appraiser, it's a historic property appraiser, and
The only way I could possibly envision us to maintain this building properly is to do it one step at a time, year by year by year.
You're starting in the right place.
Yeah.
That's your investment.
Start with the roof, work on that. I don't think we have any structural problems, the electrical was done 17 years ago, plumbing 17, but it still is going to need work.
The old Drucka house and Dutton House in Deland is 25, 30 years. Sid Johnson's been on that renovation for 30 years of that house. So,
Oh, he did?
So we do have a motion to authorize the grant submission. Does anybody want to
Second that.
No, somebody want to make a
I'll make
motion?
that motion.
Okay, move it on. Sorry.
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Second that motion.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Commissioner Eckert and a second by Commissioner Frasta to authorize the grant submission for the City Hall restoration application. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No one opposed? Motion passes. Next item.
Next item, let me, I want to explain to you, we had two checks, as you know, that were fraudulently taken to our general fund, and as a result, we lost about $4,700. The bank has made a statement, at least inferred to us, that we would not be reimbursed because we had not selected a plan called a positive pay plan, which they offered to us in 2018. When I distributed that email to you, Scott called immediately and pointed out the Universal Commercial Code, which we believe does give us some rights to reimbursement. So it's not a foregone conclusion that we will not be reimbursed for those checks. And they were obviously fraudulent. Not only, usually a fraudulent check is a fraudulent signature. This was a fraudulent signature, a fraudulent printing. I mean, it wasn't even close to being anything like our check.
It wasn't a check taken from our checkbook.
Yeah.
Someone created a check, probably from looking at one of our checks, but it wasn't exactly the same. So it's not just a forged signature. It's a false document altogether.
So we have some expectations of reimbursement of that. But we did, what I really want to point out to you, we did join the positive pay program. The cost is a maximum of $160 a month. But the benefit to it is that we actually send to the bank 2 days in advance all the checks that we are writing to whomever our vendors are, whomever. Payroll is not included in this, it's all direct deposit. But these are for vendors, for things we buy. And then the bank will not pay any other check except those that are on the list. So it's an almost foolproof, you know what I mean? Plan to not have a fraudulent check. Somebody else submits a check, not on that list, it simply won't be paid, and will be protected. The other option we had, I should know, is that it wouldn't cost us any money, but we simply changed our account number. And if any of you have had your credit cards messed with, you've had to go through the process, killing the credit card and getting a new one, and it's a pain in the neck. But there is no guarantee if we get a new credit or a new account number, that new number wouldn't be compromised in some way, and we're right back where we are today. So it is a slight expense per month, 160 maximum, depends on the number of checks. We don't write that many. But it is a foolproof system in my mind that we will not have this problem again. So I wanted you to know that. Also.
Can we stay on that for a minute? Because this has to do with reconciliation, and I just want to confirm, or maybe you can clarify for me regarding the reconciliation process. We have James Moore, we've contracted them, and I believe it's $5,000 a month, I'm not sure exactly. So part of that service in this contract, isn't it reconciliation?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, the number one service they provide, literally of the list, number one is
reconciliation.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna go into why previous administration did not, have this service or this person or this company doing what we were paying them to do. I'm just happy that you are making sure that they are, and it's unfortunate that because you did that, this was caught. Because we were behind, weren't we, in the reconciliation?
Like 5 months, weren't we?
Yes, we were dramatically behind. And we can talk all day about some of these issues, but talking about passwords, one of the issues we didn't, when a former employee left who was doing this, refused to give us passwords to the bank, and then you go to a bank and it was a mess. You had to reestablish who you are and then see your driver's license. And then,
How much more time does it take? Is the positive pay process, is that being done in-house or is that being done by James Moore?
we basically do an Excel spreadsheet of the checks that we will be writing, the amounts, the rooms and all that stuff. And then we send that to the bank 2 days in advance.
Oh, thank you. We do have a speaker on this, is that what you're
Can I ask a question before we get to it? Have we hit a dead end on the investigation into this fraud?
We have, the chief wrote up a report, a police report the day it happened, and we noticed it, it was given to us that it happened. And that was sent to the bank. The bank has been investigating it. As of still today, they're investigating if they can round it up. If the bank were to reimburse us, then they are the victim, and, it'd be their handling the crime as prosecutor, not. If they're not gonna reimburse us, we're the victim. So just the other day, I called the FBI and filed a complaint to the FBI. So they can, and interestingly enough, I have to tell you, once they filed this with the FBI, they suggested I call another branch of the FBI, which is the Internet Crime Division. I guess they don't talk to each other, but I had to file a second report with them on the same thing. Because the check was cashed by
Electronically.
the cell phone, right, which I find extremely helpful. It does remove a lot of the safety features from the check. The watermark, for example, it's worthless on the camera thing, you can't see it. But both of those parts of the FBI are also investigated, or at least they have the opportunity to investigate. I don't know if they'll accept it or not. 4,700 is not a big deal for them.
No, it's not, but it is to us.
And you know what, and this is just from law enforcement, and I once dealt with that, but I was not invested, I was not a detective in that area. But these small amounts are what these people do, that are intending to rip off cities. And as I've mentioned to you, if the city doesn't know who this person is, I think other cities should be aware that there is someone out there, smaller amounts, for that, for us it's a big amount, but, when you're taking that and you're doing that crime, it could add up for that.
And I hate to say it, but I think we're a target too, because they presume we're less sophisticated than anybody else. We don't have all those safety mechanisms.
Regrettably, sometimes we prove them right.
Yes, you have to speak it?
Yes, I just want to clarify this for my records and for our taxpaying citizens. Is it true that it took 5 months for this to be discovered?
No.
No?
No.
The checks were done in March and April,
They
right?
were cashed in March.
And found out in August.
By the time the auditors got into reconciliation was, I believe it was in July.
Okay.
I don't think that's 5 months.
I believe it was August the 12th is when it was found out, actually.
I thought it was July, maybe not.
It was August.
That's 5 months?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then it was 5 months.
Okay, and is it also true that our bank records have not been reconciled in 8 months?
Longer than that.
Okay, longer than that, okay.
When I got there, it was a staff responsibility, and I don't know why, because the mayor pointed out, it was always the responsibility of James Moore under the contract to us. But for some reason, that portion of the contract was not being utilized.
I believe he was told by the former administrator that they would handle it in-house. I believe he was told by the former administrator that it would be handled in-house, and he didn't have to do it anymore, is what my understanding of that was. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he was. So my next question
I don't know
is.
if any other reason, it should have been handled by James Moore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My next question is,
paid for to do it now. So, you know,
Well, he's been paid for it and not doing it, so he should be doing it now.
and they're the ones that caught it.
Is it true that the entire banking file is missing off of the computer? Oh, really?
What do you call a banking file?
There was a file on the computer at one time labeled banking or TD Bank or something like that, and now it's missing?
I think what you might be referring to, there was a file in the P-file of the TD Bank statements. And Dominic knows was there because she had looked at them, I don't know when, early spring. And when we went to investigate, perhaps it was your records request or anything, they simply weren't there. And so we got the TD Bank, we had them all replicated.
Have we gone back past these checks in March? Have we investigated further back to see if there were any more that got?
There were other checks that presented to us that James Moore suspected maybe fraudulent, and they weren't
Okay. I just need to clarify all my information moving forward.
Thank you.
I would like, may I ask something, may I ask to who was the, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Very good. I just want to bring out, who was the city staff who was in charge of reconciling?
I think I know the one who was assigned to do it, that's me.
Yeah, Ms. Olson.
Devin Warren.
And I want to point out that this happened under the former city administrator. And that also was the same time those passwords were not passed on when the companies changed. All I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Irvin,
Yes, I'm sorry.
you do have,
I still have more work.
yes,
Yes, there is a.
oh, I'm sorry, Roger wants to add something.
While you guys are discussing that, and Kelly has started to ask a question, I handed her a copy of a printout I had printed off from TD Bank on their fraud control solutions. And I wanted to find out what this positive pay was, and it explains how it works and what its benefits are. So, yeah, I like it.
Well, I'm sure glad that. Yeah, but it seemed like a no-brainer to me.
So I see that you're suggesting a motion to, make this recommendation to accept that process, correct?
Yes. Understanding all of this stuff is really written for the August meeting, so it does seem a little strange that it's in the future and we've already done it.
So do we have a motion, Commissioners?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Basso, with a second by Vice Mayor Connell to accept the city administrator's recommendation for positive pay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No one opposes, motion passes. Your item D.
Item D is there is a property owner at our John Street well area who has asked to cross our property to gain access to theirs. And simply said, somebody, a neighbor, and we're probably the most logical one, needs to grant access to the property. Otherwise, they could go to court and the court can mandate access to the property through whatever route the court felt best. So we've been working with this particular property owner. It's been a very long, slow process. It's kind of awkward, but we've also then suggested that just south of this particular property in question is a Confederate war cemetery. And also, Omaha County also needs access. So we're trying to facilitate access to that in the same easement. Make a long story short, we're getting close, we're not there yet. So I'd like to ask that the commission approve the easement subject to city attorney's approval so that we can proceed with this thing and get it over with. If something has to happen, if the question is, we need to protect our rights, and I think we owe it to the county to at least try to encourage the county has access to their cemetery.
Has the county I know that there's a property for the county just south of that, the cemetery. Does the county have an easement to access that?
No. That's the problem.
Will they require one, that will have to come through ours also, so it'll be like a doubling? I'm just curious on this.
Apparently, the access is just getting now by people trespassing other people's property. If that area is developed, there should be legally accessible easements that will allow pedestrian visitors to use that. And it's one of those things that, we could ignore, or we can deal with it now and not have to deal with the big mess later. We're trying to deal with it one time.
So my question is will it be required, if we're, easement one way or the other, but is it now going to be required to have an easement reach that, for the county to seek out an easement?
Typically, it depends on what the size of the piece of property, is. What's the size of the parcel. Oftentimes, the county will just keep
Probably 30 by 30.
30 feet by 30 feet, no, it's not 30 by 60.
30 by 60, oh, okay.
It's not, I don't think you'll ever do anything, you'll more than likely, to deed it to the city. That's typically what happens with things like
So what is it that you're asking for a motion tonight?
I
Because
think
it
we
does say
are,
no action here, but.
that you approve the easement subject to the city attorney's approval.
Probably the idea is
Approving is no subject to the attorney's
Yeah,
approval.
approving the concept of granting an easement for access to this property, and also taking into consideration access to the county's cemetery behind this property. The easement would be subject to city attorney and staff and engineers.
Okay, so that's the motion,
Yeah.
commissioners?
I'll make that motion because I'd rather be in control of what we're doing rather than being told what we have to do.
Do we have a second? Any other further discussion on that? So there is a motion as explained by our city attorney, by Commissioner Bassa, with a second by Commissioner Eckert, to approve the easement subject to attorney approval, etc. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, could I do one more thing?
Yes.
We had a flooding situation on High Street, the Schaefer property. I had the engineer down, and we're gonna create a solution to it. One of the solutions would be, we do not require a silt fence around native construction, new homes. Strangely enough, we do require a silt fence around landscaping of the homes, but not around the actual home project. We can do that by policy if you agree to it. We'll have to give the contractors some lead time to make arrangements. But that was one of the issues causing the problem on High Street, was all of this water and very heavy rain that swept off the hill that was on the property just being constructed. So if you would be agreeable to a policy that new construction had to have a silt fence for the entire project, we can go ahead and process the notice on the
Are
contract.
we talking about subdivisions or are we talking about individual homes?
Yeah.
Individual homes. I'm opposed to it in individual homes. I'm in support of it as a part of the subdivision project.
What's the difference?
Well, usually it's the size of the parcel, and once you get down to the small lot size, and then you require silt fence, it really hampers the process of construction. The other thing to do, who's going to monitor it, make sure that it stays up and stays on track?
I would agree that would be.
Yeah, so I'm all in on a subdivision, but individual homes, that's difficult. They have a responsibility to make sure that, they don't impact property that's not theirs. So to just monitor, if you're gonna monitor it anyway, and you see a problem, you contact the contractor, you have to deal with this. And that means they need to, create swells, do whatever they need to do to be able to control water, that's their responsibility. And what always happens is traders wind up running over stuff, tearing it down, just setting the next thing, it becomes finalized, and then you're just creating another job for you to do. I would rather take it on an individual basis at the home level and just, and monitor, because we are doing some monitoring and inspection. And if we see an issue, because not all properties have issues. So deal with it on an individual issue and rather than
Well, perhaps it was a knee-jerk reaction, and because the two properties that produced the most silt were right across the street from each other. And, you know, they were elevated, waters came out.
Yeah, and that's part of it. And
So-
so maybe we look at it during the design process, and we recognize that there's a serious elevation change, that, we may keep the right to be able to request it based on certain criteria, but to just blanket do them all, I think it would be a mistake.
What if the policy was, it's up to the building official as to whether or not he felt it was necessary because of the elevation, and that, and let him be the judge, whether it's rather than blanket.
I'm, once again, I don't have an issue with that, but I think if you probably look at it, one of the things, and I don't know if we got to the bottom of it yet, Scott, but Ms. Weir draws to our attention the disparity that happens when a builder gives you a plan with a finished floor elevation. And that finished floor elevation does not necessarily need to be at that height as long as it isn't below it. Okay, it can go as high as it wants. That's the issue that I would like to really address, because what does it do to have architectural drawings, have certificates of appropriateness and everything else, and all of a sudden what you think you're going to get out there, okay, is all of a sudden 3 feet higher than what we thought it was supposed to be. And so once you know what that finished floor is, and so I asked Scott to look into whether or not we could put something in our ordinance that says, hey, look, you need to be plus or minus 3 inches, okay? You can't get the job done with that much. I mean, I don't want to hold anybody's feet to the fire and say you have to be within a certain something, but if you put a finished floor elevation on something, it should mean something.
Yes.
And so I also think it would help in that particular situation, when they come in and say, okay, here's your finished floor elevation, you can see what your road elevation, you can see whether or not it's going to create a problem. Okay, in this particular case, where your finished floor elevation is this much, you have to put silt. So kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
To answer your question, I emailed that Florida Building Code Commission and I never got a response back, so.
So that means we do what we want and wait till they tell us we can't do that.
Well, and I talked about it a little bit and think about it, I don't see how that's inconsistent. We can't adopt something that's inconsistent with the Florida Building Code. Florida Building Code says you just have to have a minimum floor, they don't have a maximum floor, so the fact that we adopt a maximum floor is not inconsistent with the Florida Building Code. So, I think I'm going to move forward with it, some language along those lines, whatever you want to propose.
Let us propose something at the next meeting.
Okay.
And I don't mean tomorrow, I mean October.
You have, was there public input on that?
I was just saying, could you, obviously, when someone wants to go higher, it's because of what they want to see, the elevation. So couldn't you say, okay, you're gonna go higher than this finished floor elevation, it's got to extend. Then you're containing the dirt, they're still able to go high, they have the option to go high, but if you go over this height, it's got to be extended.
My point is, if that's something you want, why can't it be on the drawing when you start the project?
You say that, but when we built our house, we had this vision of what we want the front to look like, and we ended up going
I may
higher.
want, you may want to have to come up here, Mrs. Rhodes, and then further, because we're already past our 11 o'clock hour.
Right. And in your particular case, with you have a large lot home. You're not impacting your neighbors.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you brought it back and the city commission, say, hey, we'd like to go higher this to the reason for, I'd sit there and say, yep, go right ahead. You're not negatively impacting anyone around. But when you have a lot and you're 10 feet from the property line, okay, now you're off. So that's.
There's another input on
I'd
this.
just like to add, when we have this discussion, you bring it back, not just the elevation of the foundation, but also of the elevation of the lot that they come in and create. The one that we talked about earlier was from last November. And if you go by, you can actually see it is, even though they took down 10 inches off that foundation, it is still substantially higher. And it does literally flood the back lot, the back of the lot and the lot behind it. So it does make a difference.
Okay, so Mr. City Administrator, you advise that you bring this up for discussion in October.
I think October is a great time to talk about it.
Okay. Do you have anything else for your report?
No, because it is past bedtime. Oh, yes, I have passed out, the charter requires that you evaluate my performance at the 6-month level and at the 1-year level and 1 year every year thereafter. Commissioner Frasca was nice enough to take one of our evaluation forms, put my name on it, and pass it out to you, how you'd like to handle it. If you don't want to fill it out, I'll be happy to do it for you.
And we'll bring it back in October? Or?
Yeah, it can come back in April and we can,
Okay.
it's up to you how you want to handle it.
Let's start from a time when you became full-time, not your interim.
I measured it from interim, or from full-time, which was February 16th. So it should have actually been done August 16th, so it was close.
We weren't here, so we couldn't do it in August.
Yeah.
So anything else in your report?
I'm sorry.
Anything else in your report?
Oh, I worn out my welcome.
Good. And I have these things that your commissioners would like copies of. Mr. City Attorney?
No comment.
Anything from our police department? No? I want to thank all our citizens for being here tonight, for all your participation, and commissioners for your attendance and input, and staff for a great report on your work this week. Everyone, we'll be back here tomorrow for our budget at 7 o'clock, and if you're not going to be here tomorrow, then Saturday at 9 o'clock, if you have a plan another Saturday, you have a good evening. Good adjourn.
See you. All right. You know, I was incriminate that he thinks incriminate the city. Right now, nothing until it actually starts. It's just so much more. It's just so much more.